You have it listen, you type it in, and then you go digging.
You just drag it in, and it'll be an audio clip. Clip.
This plugin is especially sick because, like, as soon as you unlimitless amount of potential ideas.
Type in cello, hit find samples, and it will automatically find them synced to 184 BPM and D minor.
Yes, come on. And the fact that I don't have to go to another place and look for a sample, it helps my flow so much.
Co-producer plus arcade. Those two together is like a superhero team up. Generate sampler. So now the sample is chopped up and routed to different keys on a keyboard. Let's record that.
It'll take you from here to here.
Yeah, to up there.
Yep. Co-producer.
RaySkillmanCars.com. Let our family help your family.
Shop from over 4,000 new and used vehicles from one convenient location.
Get pre-qualified in minutes and customize your budget. Good credit, bad credit, or no credit at all. That's not a problem here. We can help.
Find the value of your current vehicle in seconds with our quick, no-hassle trade tool.
Superb selection, unbeatable prices with flexible financing.
And we'll even deliver the car to you. Join the Ray Skillman family today at RaySkillmanCars.com.
Y'all ever heard of an HEA? Yeah, it's a home equity agreement. Do not do a HELOC. An HEA can get you up to $500,000 and there's no income requirements and no monthly payment. You can use this money for remodeling, your kids' tuition, whatever the case. And the cool thing is, you can pay it back in part or a full payment, whatever, but you've got 10 years to do it, or you can do it when you sell your home. So if you don't want to refinance your home and you're looking for some help, tap the link below.
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
بدنا مني كم لقطة أعمل لها إياها خلص النهار
Editing your podcast on Riverside is a no-brainer, and I want to show you why. Your podcast transcript is here, and you just have to edit the text, and that will edit the podcast. Super simple. You'll never edit your podcast the old way again. No podcaster has the time to clean up an hour-long conversation. That's why God gave us AI. All these are ums and awkward silences. 2 clicks, and they're gone. And to help promote your show, Riverside finds all the best parts of your podcast and turns them into social clips automatically. I mean, why would you edit the old way when you can edit with Riverside? You got to check out Riverside. You can even start for free.
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the US, and IQ of 115 to 145 is considered high, and an IQ 145 is considered genius. Are you curious to know where you stack up? You can take this 2-minute IQ test. That will give you detailed results on your IQ score and cognitive skills.
Basements needed. We're looking for wet, damp, and musty basements to fix with our wet basement waterproofing system. Can we fix your basement? Tap below to check your zip. You must have moisture in your basement or visible foundation cracks. Tap below for immediate help.
Your journey begins here. Sometimes the road to luxury is a little further, but when you arrive, you get so much more. Luxury is closer than you think. Genesis of Carmel. Get the car you deserve with the experience to match.
Oh man. Okay, so there's a sound, and if you guys have been listening and watching the live streams, there is a like an airplane that circles. There's like an airplane that circles on the live stream from over there. And it sounds like airplane. But now hearing that, I'm wondering if it's like a drone, a missile, just waiting to hit whatever target it's supposed to hit. And so it circles and circles. That's what I'm wondering, because that's the same sound. That is the exact same sound. This morning in Beirut, the aftermath of the bomb. I don't know what that is. So yeah, they're drones. They're drones. Well, and what's a one-way attack drone? I mean, does that mean that you can't turn it back? I mean, if all the drones are kind of like remote controlled, does that mean you can't turn the drones back? I'm not sure. Can't play that because I can't. I played the Jesse Jackson funeral stuff, which they're on again today because they haven't actually had the funeral. I think the funeral is scheduled for Saturday. But when I played it last Friday, I got tagged for all the music in it. And a lot of the music was like done from the stage, like people playing the piano. I'm like, how do you get tagged for that? But anyway, they're doing it again. They're back at the same place, the Rainbow Push headquarters in Chicago. It says Jesse Jackson funeral, but it's not. I think it's just again I think the funeral is actually this coming weekend for like the actual finally official funeral. I don't even know if the presidents do get this much, but I mean, it's been a week and a half of him traveling around, his body in a casket, traveling around to different places. Kind of a lot for someone that wasn't. Oh, I don't want to say that either. I was going to say it's a lot for someone who wasn't a president, but then even at the same time, we hold beings at different levels and stages, which I don't know. I think they set the home destination to the target, so it's a one-way attack. Okay. The home destination. Here's your home. It's your home destination. They're probably not fiber optic drones either. So that was that's that. Russia says it will do everything possible to make U.S.-Israel military operation against Iran impossible. 38 minutes ago, breaking news. Russia says it will do everything possible to make U.S. and Israel military operation against Iran impossible.
Our strategic partners, and we'll continue to maintain dialogue with these countries, and we'll do our best to, including with other countries of the international community, in the United Nations Security Council and the United Nations General Assembly. We'll do everything to create an atmosphere that will make this operation impossible. Our strategic partners, and we'll continue to maintain dialogue with these countries, and we'll do our best to, including with other countries of the international community, in the United Nations Security Council and the United Nations General Assembly. We'll do everything to create an atmosphere.
Wow.
That will make this operation impossible.
That's big.
Our strategic partners, and we'll continue to maintain dialogue with these countries, and we'll do our best.
That's big, guys. So they're saying they're going to do their best with other international countries, basically, to stop the U.S. So does that mean that they're going to enter the war? Is that what that means? Are they kind of like declaring something without declaring something? That's kind of big. Don't you think? World War III alert, watch live. Alex Jones has officially launched. What? Yeah. I agree with some of your guys' comments from earlier. It's going to heat up. It's not going to de-escalate. It's going to escalate, definitely. I'm not saying that because Elon said it. I've already thought that. Okay, so Elon Musk posted, I don't know if you guys can see that. Elon Musk posted this 7 hours ago. Fact check and ask questions about any post just by tapping the Grok logo in upper left. Interesting. Grok, AI. Grok is becoming smarter. Cool. And I'm sure it is, right? They want to. But here, I'm gonna show you guys something. Just based off that, looking at that, I'm gonna show you guys something that was sent to me. We can watch it. And then you guys can give your opinion. Okay, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. All right, listen.
Play something that Elon Musk just said on some podcast just a couple of days ago that is shocking. I want you to listen to this. Let me take you through it.
Yeah. Well, one like side recommendation I have is like, don't worry about like squirreling money away for retirement in like 10 or 20 years. It won't matter.
No.
Okay.
Either we're not going to be here, or
it just like it's
Stop,
you won't need.
Stop. Only Elon Musk can just say something like that and then just move on. Yeah, don't save for retirement. You know, it's not going to matter. Oh, okay. Now listen to the rest. Go ahead.
To save for retirement. If any of the things that we've said are true, saving for retirement will be irrelevant.
the services will be there to support you. You'll have the home, you'll have the healthcare, you'll have the entertainment.
The way this unfolds is fundamentally impossible to predict because of self-improvement of the AI and the accelerating timeline.
Yeah, it's called singularity for a reason.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what happens after the event horizon.
Exactly. You can never see past the black hole or the event horizon, the light cone.
I mean, Ray has the singularity out way too far. I mean, this is like the next, what's your timeline for this?
We're in the singularity.
Well, we are in the singularity for sure. We're in the midst of it right now, for sure. And it would just
we're in this beautiful sweet spot, which is, you know,
we're on the roller coasters. We're just
exactly. That's a great analogy. It's like that feeling.
You're at the top of the roller coaster and you're about to go.
Yeah, but you know it's going to be a lot of G's when you
a lot of G's.
when you hit it.
It's like feel like I don't have to just have courtside seats. I'm on the court.
Exactly.
And it still blows my mind. Sometimes multiple times a week. So just when I think I'm like, wow, and then it's like 2 days later, more wow.
Yeah. Exponential wow.
Yeah, I think we'll hit AGI next year in 27.
You got that? Let me just say, do you hear that? I think we're going to hit AGI next year in 27. AGI is artificial general intelligence. That means the computer, the AI system, is smarter at everything than any human is. It is better at name the topic than the best human you can find. And it can do everything that a human can do better than a human. It's not super intelligence. It's just better than humans on everything. He thinks we're going to hit that. Some people said we were not going to even, there was not a chance. 10 years ago, people said we'd never even get to there. We'll never get there. We'll never get there. He's saying we're going to hit it next year. I believe we are going to hit it. I think there's a chance we hit The world is going to be different by 2028. It's just going to be different by 2028. And we have got to prepare for this. So our last caller was saying, Smoot Hawley, you can use tariffs to protect. There is a conversation that we have to have right now. We have to have, because of artificial intelligence, automation, robotics, entire categories of work dissolving quickly, not in a generation, maybe not even in a decade, maybe in the next few years. Factory workers first. I reached out to Elon Musk and said, for my museum, I want one of the first Tesla robots for the museum. I want to keep it in the box and keep it in the museum, the first mainstream robot. You know what he said? All of the robots for the first, I think he said 2 years. He may have said 1. All of the robots that Tesla will be making for the first 2 years will be for Tesla. Think of how many robots he's going to be making in a 2-year period, and all of them are going to be for Tesla. That is a work. And I want to talk to you about that here in a second. So when the world is in a panic, that's not the time to discuss things. You discuss things before you're in a panic. You make decisions before there's an emergency. And now is that time. Because once there's an emergency, the loudest voice comes in and they have usually the simplest answer. And everybody's like, yeah, go with that. And that answer is going to be universal basic income. That is the modern version of bread and circuses. And make no mistakes. The communists, the social planners, the Davos crowd, they're going to offer it all as not as a temporary bridge, but as a permanent arrangement with you. A managed society, a population that is pacified, production centralized, dependency normalized. They're already talking about it. Read Yuval Harari. Read his work. He is one of the main thinkers on the left and with all of the elites. And he talks about, there's just a useless class of people. We cannot look at it that way. And people are going to go for this, not because they, love collectivism, but because nobody offered them another path.
Are you an experienced electrician with over 8,000 hours or a 5-year apprenticeship? IBEW needs you.
I have been talking about this and trying to get people to talk about this for a while. And there's a guy that we have to revisit. And he's honestly a guy who surprised me that he's in this debate, and it's Milton Friedman. It at least surprised me that he's on the side that he's on. I mean, here's the free market economist, the man being a defender. He's accused of being a defender of the coldest kind of capitalism where they just don't care about babies and children and food. He's the godfather of deregulation. He actually supported a version of basic income, but not the kind that's being sold today. He calls it the negative income tax. Listen to what he actually proposed. His idea, the negative income tax, works like this. You eliminate the sprawling welfare state. Okay, really important. We do all of these things. Eliminate the welfare state. That's food stamps, housing subsidies, overlapping programs, bureaucracy. Replace all of that with a simple income floor that everybody gets. If you earn below a certain threshold, the government will send you supplemental income. But as you earn more, the support will phase out very gradually. That way you're not being punished for working. And that last part is really critical because under the welfare system, if you earn $1, you lose $1 in benefits. And so the rational response is, well, why would I earn $1? Because I'm never going to make enough to really be happy. So I'm going to live here, I'll live off the government. Friedman's system preserves incentive. Okay. You always gain more by working more. Because he knows that you just can't make people comfortable in the lack of work. Okay. And, the system that we have now is honestly designed to get people destitute and destroy productivity. This is the opposite, okay? And I'm shocked that Milton Friedman is thinking this way, but he understood something. Friedman understood mental. Markets require stability. Free societies require order. So when we're talking AI, technological advancement is going to become so severe at some point that AI could create pockets of severe displacement. And with that, you'll either get violent populism, authoritarian redistribution of wealth, or a market-compatible safety valve. And that's what his negative income tax was, a pressure release without central planning. This is absolutely critical. To keep the choice decentralized. The individual, you still get to choose how you spend the money. The federal government doesn't decide on which apartment you can rent, what food you can buy, which training program you have to attend, none of that. Shrink down the state as you create a floor for everybody. This is very different from modern UBI, okay? That's tied to digital IDs, programmable currency, behavioral compliance. I mean, all of that is the new world order and one world government. I mean, but it is coming. If AI eliminates 15 to 25% of current job categories over the next decade, you're going to see sudden income collapse in certain sectors. Huge. Geographic, economic deserts. Most importantly, political radicalization. Okay. There is a piece, there's only 2 copies of this book that I have. One is in the National Archives because it was all handwritten and the charts are all made by hand. And it was made for President Roosevelt in World War II. It was, I think it was the election of 1936 or 38. And it's called Radicalism, Revolution, or Recovery. And they're making the case.
Okay. So, what y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? I know what I think about it. And it's funny that got brought up. So that got sent to me 2 days ago, day before yesterday. And I just watched it last night. And I actually talked a little bit about this on the show yesterday during the live stream. So while this was playing, little Jimbo over here made a comment, and that is spot on. And I went to church prayer last night, and on my way there, I was talking, and here's the thing. And I said this on my show yesterday, or something like it. It's once again something that we've turned over to there's no turning back. Basically, there's no turning back from this. How do you turn back? Can you turn back? We can't. We've already given this AI thing so much. And I remember back in 2009, 2010, I would seriously, when the cell phone bill came, when the electric bill came, when the gas bill came, I'd physically drive my butt to the bank, pull out cash, then drive to the nearest store. And of course, money, you think about some money, right? Where's it going to be cheaper at? Oh, I don't have no time. I'll just go to a convenience store if I have to pick up a money order. Sometimes they were 75 cents. Some 7-Eleven was $1. The bigger stores, Kroger, things like that, were like 35 cents. Get the money order, drive back home, fill out the money order like it was a check. Oh, buy some stamps while I was at the store. Make sure I had a box of 100 envelopes. Fill it out. Lick the envelope, stick the money order in the envelope, put the stamp on, go downstairs, go outside, put it in the mailbox. If you have apartments, you have like a community mailbox, go there and mail it off. Right? Man, that was hard to do. So much work. So much work to do that. Right? I don't want to go out in the rain. I got to put my shoes on. I forgot to do it today. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to go back out in the rain. It's cold. It's snowing. We can't go nowhere. We're stuck in the house for like a week because it's the blizzard. Only if I could figure out how to pay a bill without leaving the house. How can I do this? I don't want to be on the phone for an hour with these stupid people that don't know how to speak English, and they're working for English, and they're talking to a bunch of American English people. I don't want to be on the phone with them. Then I get rude. They get rude. They can't help. They don't know what to do. If only people could create a way to pay online. All right. Pay online, cool. I can still go in if I want, but for the convenience, I'll just pay online. All right, so that continues to go for some time, and then you start to move into this era of apps. We're coming 2015, 2016, maybe even as early as 2014, 13, maybe. Apps for this, apps for that. You have to have an app for that. App. Oh, okay. And all the while we're just floating along. AI, data. We know who you are. We share it, link it over here. Here's your data. Goes over there. Anywhere across the world in a matter of seconds, across the globe. And we're okay with it. And now here we go, and guarantee it, we're going to complain about it, or we're going to get more and more comfortable with this AI, which goes back to what Jimbo was saying, the demise. We are going to kill ourselves or help. We're going to contribute. We're definitely going to contribute. And when Jimbo put that up, it reminded me of a verse, and I remember this. This verse always has stuck with me because it's part of the end times. And hearing this, what was said, and at the beginning of the last year when Trump got in office and he said he's going to get behind AI $500 billion, and then yesterday he had the same sort of thing in the White House. This verse has just been resonating in my mind for. I've always had it in me. Not always, but relatively speaking. And yesterday it came in my mind again when Trump said that at the last year, at the beginning of the year, when he says AI, it came in my mind like we're going to kill ourselves. So now you have what's being said. You have the rise of AI, right? And here's the thing about AI, from what I've been told, it will actually agree with you. So now you're taking out an actual human form of communication and conversation, because it's not going to disagree with you because you're the one programming it to do what you want it to do. Right? You're programming it for it to say what you want it to say and what you want it to do. You might get an answer, but if you don't like the answer, you can, depending on what you're doing, you can correct AI. Well, I don't like how it's said. Can you say it this way? Okay, yes, so and so. We'll say it this way, and we'll correct it. So you can have. I don't mess with AI. My furthest thing of messing with AI for me is typing something on Google. Oh, that's what AI says. I don't have no Chat GPT. I don't mess with the Grok. I don't mess with it. I don't know what it's tracking. I'm sure it's tracking, but I'm sure there's a probably long list of everything about me. Fine, whatever. But it's going to become so, I don't want to say humanistic, but in a way humanistic, because it's going to be able to tell you everything about yourself that you're like, you don't even have to say. You don't have to do nothing. You won't have to do nothing. Elon's talking about robots. That's going to take over the workforce. So women are going to they're going to be forced to like playing video games sooner or later, because I'm sure somebody's going to be controlling a robot, maybe from home, maybe not. I don't know. And all we're going to do, it's seriously, you talk about movies and how they are sometimes 30, 40 years ahead. Look at the movie WALL-E by Disney. There's movies, iRobot, all these type of things where people just sit at home and do nothing. Sit in the car and do nothing, and we like it. That's what's even more sad, is that we like it. We like it. I'm going to get a car that can drive for me. We like it. That's what's even more crazier. Is like we go. How do we get to that place? But real quick, this verse here. This verse found in the King Jimmy, in case only Mr. Bill comes in at some point. Okay, here's the verse from the King Jimmy. Sorry, it's not called Glenn Beck. Right there. I'll make it bigger. Evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate righteousness shall be desolate. Evil shall slay the wicked. So basically, it's that's an eye for eye. That's a thing basically saying evilness, unrighteousness will basically destruct and kill the unrighteous. The things that are created, all this type of stuff where this war or not war, basically it is basically saying mankind is going to eat up mankind. That's in layman's term. Mankind is going to eat up mankind. That's what that's referring to. And that's where we're at. That's where we're going. Evil things shall slay the wicked. Us people being unrighteous, people being wicked because of unrighteousness, not being born again is wicked. The evil shall slay the wicked. And that's where we're going. I mean, and if we don't think that everything that's in place and moving and going, the thought of man is wicked, the heart of man is wicked. The things we think outside of God in our own carnality is wicked. Evil thoughts. And I'm not, see, the thing about it is like most people think that of evilness as of like a Epstein thing or mass shooting. That's not the only definitions of evil or wicked. That's not the only definitions, but that's where our minds automatically go because those things are at the top, right? The different tiers of sin type of thing. But this is, yeah. So anyway, I wanted to show that. But yeah, I think we will be the demise. It would just be interesting. It is all part of the conditioned process. Yes. Conditioning, preparing for the great deception. Yes. And that's why I said it, Dana. That's why I think I'm wondering and it's just thoughts, and it's just my thoughts, that if this situation going on overseas isn't part of the Great Deception, I wonder. I really do, because it could be. Not saying it is, but I'm just saying it could be, depending on some of the things that was heard the other day by that general or colonel that put that told the people about, this has to happen for God to come back. So it's like, is it a great deception going on? But who knows? Who knows? Good morning, jet lag. Why do you have jet lag? What happened? Where'd you go? Are you coming back or going too? I'm just playing. Good morning. Good morning. I like that. I like that bike in your profile picture. I like that bike. Let's see what else is happening. So it looks like they're still outside waiting for Kanye and Bianca to arrive. Maybe. Or did they already arrive? Maybe they already arrived. It don't look like they have. It looks like they're still waiting. Yeah, a bunch of press outside in Los Angeles waiting for Kanye, Yeezy, and Bianca to arrive for a civil trial. That's what people with a lot of money do. And then let's check on actually I want to get off that because I know there's some things coming up with Trump today. There's some things coming up. Candace Olson, hello. Just want to add, the love thy neighbor concept is changing, in my opinion. Today we must know our neighbor heart before we can love them. Please, no hate mail. I'm just giving you my opinion. All right. I do believe that the love thy neighbor concept is changing. I think it's been used out of context, personally, in my opinion, for a long time. Hopefully we can get back to the true meaning of what it is. Yeah, so today at 1 p.m., Trump is hosting Lionel Messi and Inter Miami to mark 2025 MLS Cup. At the same time, there's a press conference coming up in a couple of minutes for the Texas bar shooting. Perfect. I'm gonna put on Beirut, have that up. Looks like there's some smoke, probably from yesterday during the day. Jesse Jackson thing is still going on, just the lie-in. Let me get ready because we'll watch this testimony thing or trial from the nightclub, from the bar, coming up. It's supposed to be in like 2 minutes, so we'll see. We will see. I want to have that ready so I can just flip it. Let's go back to X. Let's see what's happening on X. I want to go back to X. Catch us up even more. 1 hour ago, Bahrain got hit. Not a base, not a military installation. The refinery. Petroleum company, BAPCO, is burning. Iranian missiles and drones reached the facility on March 5th, despite Bahrain air defense intercepting 75 missiles and 123 drones. In the same wave, the intercept count is the highest single day figure for any Gulf state in this war. So they're calling it a war. The fires are confirmed by video. The fires are real. Understand what BAPCO is. It is not an abstraction. It It is the refinery that processes virtually all of Iran's domestic petroleum output, sitting on an island of 800 square kilometers that also hosts naval support activity. Bahrain, the headquarters of the United States Fifth Fleet. The Fifth Fleet commands all U.S. naval operations across the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the Arabian Sea, and the Indian Ocean. Commanding officer of the Fifth Fleet wakes up every morning approximately 12 kilometers from the refinery that Iran just struck. If you wanted to design a single target that communicates simultaneously to the global energy market, the U.S. Navy, and every Gulf monarchy watching this war, you would design BAPCO. Okay, so why is such long information about BAPCO? Anyway, maybe just to give some context, but that sounds like it was hit. We're here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's
everybody
go.
ready?
Everybody's ready. Let's go. Guys, please, got the memberships up? You know what to do. Memberships are available.
Mic check 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2, 3.
4, 5, and to the 6, 7.
One more time, please.
Mic check 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2, 3.
Someone's upset. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. She can't wait for you guys. She can't wait. Portland us. I was just looking right now. Nobody else can see it, but I'm looking at the little Antifa thing that you just put up like 19 minutes ago. Is that a little trailer for another project? That's funny. That's what movie is that from? Not Brothers. Cop turns his head.
Here.
What movie is that from?
It's fine.
I remember watching that movie. What movie is it from? She's up there just waiting patiently. Like, come on, y'all should have got here on time. You knew it was starting at 12 o'clock. Y'all, that's why we tell you guys to come at 8 o'clock in the morning to set up. And that's a true story. Or should I say facts? The town. That's what it was, the town. Now I gotta watch it. They just look at the cop. And Antifa just looks at the police like, are you sure you want to talk to us? Keep moving. When is the Portland Wars episode? The Jedi 2 coming out. Episode 2. When is it? Episode 2 dropping? The town. I gotta remember that. I just showed the clip that you sent me, by the way, with Elon and Beck. I just actually played it and got done talking about it.
Do you need one more mic check?
Dang, is this like the only? Well, obviously all the other
Mic check,
journalists are
1,
in
2,
there.
3. Mic check. Okay.
Got it. Good. Let's
All right,
go.
thank
All right,
you,
here goes,
everybody. Sorry
guys.
about that. We're here today to discuss the critical incident briefing into the officer-involved shooting that occurred on Sunday, March 1st in the 700 block of West 6th Street. Speaking today will be Austin Police Chief Lisa Davis. That is spelled Lisa Davis. We will only be talking about the officer-involved shooting investigation and nothing else into any other investigation. Chief will take just a couple of questions and I will point at you. Please raise your hands. And then once we are done taking questions, we'll call last question and then Chief will be done. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. On Sunday, APD responded to multiple 911 calls reporting a shooting outside of Buford's at 700 West 6th Street. APD officers, along with the Austin Travis County Emergency Medical Services, arrived on the scene within 57 seconds, located multiple victims who were shot. That a black Cadillac SUV was traveling southbound on Rio Grande Street when it pulled alongside Buford's, and the driver of this vehicle began shooting a semi-automatic handgun into the crowd of people that were standing outside of the bar. Several individuals were struck. The vehicle then continued westbound on West 6th and parked near the intersection of West 6th Street and Wood. The suspect then exited the vehicle armed with an AR-15 rifle. The suspect fired at a pedestrian, striking them, then walked back toward the bar. As additional officers arrived, they were directed by the suspect's location by brave people that were caught in this nightmare, and they worked to move bystanders to safety and establish a secure perimeter. At 2:03, 3 officers located the suspect near the intersection of West 6th and West Avenue. The suspect discharged his firearm at the direction of the officers. The 3 officers discharged their firearms, striking him multiple times. Officers approached the suspect, took him into custody, requested medical assistance. The suspect was later pronounced deceased at the scene. Our suspect is a 53-year-old male. The Austin Police Department has had no contacts with this suspect. His only interaction with law enforcement was in 2022, and that was a check welfare in an outside agency. This call was referenced his mental health. As this investigation has progressed, APD has learned of additional victims. APD is now aware of a total of 19 people that have been struck by gunfire. 3 people, including the suspect, were pronounced deceased at the scene. The 2 deceased victims on scene were identified as a loving daughter and a friend, Savitha Sean, 21 years of age, and a loving son and friend, Ryder Harrington, 19 years of age. These are 2 people that were dearly loved throughout this community, and that is quite clear. Both young individuals with bright futures ahead of them. On Monday, March 2nd, one of the victims, identified as a loving son and friend, George Pedersen, 30 years of age, was pronounced deceased, and he had just moved to Austin 2 weeks prior. At this time, 2 victims remain at local hospitals, with 1 in critical condition. Before we begin showing the material, I want to acknowledge the complexity and the gravity of this scene. This viewing material that you're about to see is difficult to hear, it's difficult to see. We didn't do this for the shock value. This is about being as transparent as we can, and believe me, we had to look through video that was appropriate to release to all of you. But it was important, again, to understand the events that led up to this officer-involved shooting. Any video showing the suspect firing his pistol into the crowd is too graphic to show, and we will not share that publicly. We will begin by listening to 2 911 calls, and as you can imagine, we received numerous calls, 911 calls, which were hard to listen to. And these are the 2 that we're going to be sharing today.
to 911. Yes, police fire unit. Hello? I know there's nothing you can do. Go behind them. Hello, this is Austin 911. Hello, this is Austin 911. No, don't get down over there. It's not safe. No. Hello? You need to go that way and get there. Hello, this is Austin 911. Yes, for the shooting at Loopers on 6th Street. There are people dead over here. There have been multiple people shot. We need help right now.
This is our second call.
Hi, Buford on 6th Street, there's gunfire. It's also here, but everybody. Is anybody with you, Sean? Yeah, nobody shot with me, but I heard like 6 gunshots from inside. Everybody ducked down on the bottom floor. It sounded like it was from the. We're just right outside. We're hiding between cars. Okay. We're behind you, bro. You heard gunshots from inside? Yes, there's cops running towards it. Just more with help out. There were 6 gunshots, and there was 3 more on the street beside Buford, towards the right, looking south. There was 3 more. I think those were the cops fighting against it. There's also more sides coming in. Yes, we have a lot of talk on the way, okay? Stay in a safe place. I need to go to answer another 911 call, okay? Go for it. Thank you. We're firing the cars, but answer another call, please. Yeah, stay in safe, okay? We're all safe. All right. We're all safe. Thank you. It was.
We're now going to listen to radio traffic.
That the shooter vehicle is going to be a Chevy Tahoe. They are saying somebody was shot. George 301 going 23, units will be there. They were 6 or 7 gunshots. Direction travel, that's right. George 301 CF1 Chevy Tahoe. Going to be DR4, DR43. I do have one victim. Looks like she possibly shot it. We're right here on the side street. It's going to be a male. We'll also be we probably have about 6 or 8 people that are active been shot. We're going 23 with the medics at the clear, bring them in. George 301 is trying to be a CYOA.
That's an officer needs assistance.
We're trying to get officers we can get. We have a lot of people running out. We need to make this the crime scene as soon as we can. Clear CYOA has been started. Unknown on where the suspect went. All we have is a white SUV. 505 off the east bed. RTS 1 is 23. 79, I'm in command. RTS 2, I have command. We're inside Buford. We have at least 1 victim in contagion contact. Responding units, we need you guys to clear 6th Street. EMS to have a route of ingress. George 505, AXP is going to be 6 in Rio. Right, 302 to responding units. I cannot stress this enough. You guys need to keep 6th Street clear. Shut it down if you have to.
George, just let y'all know you pretty much have the city coming to you. Do you want to stage at the main and dispatch from there? What do you guys need?
709, there are additional shots being fired. That was to the west. Those shots were on the on West Avenue. The thing is at AR-15 to the left.
One down. 10 west out. Nice, what's up? Like, come on.
Now we're going to listen to, or we're going to look at video, and this first video is from a parked vehicle that picked this video up. You can see our suspect come into frame. He has the AR in his hand. And this is a pedestrian that was walking by. Second video is our Halo surveillance. That is our high activity location observation. And this is throughout downtown, at least that 6th Street area.
I didn't know if they was going to actually show the person getting shot, so that's why I did that.
And the red circle there is going to be, this is after he parked the vehicle and as he's walking eastbound on 6th Street toward the officers. This is what that's going to show.
Was it worth it? Yes, it was.
Is that it for that one? Interact here. The next video will be body worn camera from Officer 1.
Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. Go! Everybody go! 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 Where is he?
Next video is from Officer 2's body worn camera. This was an officer that was on West Street.
I'm on the ground! Where is it? Where is it? Over there. He's on 6th Street. Where is it? Where is it? Who shot? Top five, let's not put this down. Stop moving! Stop moving! Stop move! Stop move! I'm on the side.
Sorry, guys.
Move here now. I'm on the 6th.
They're in a presser so they can show everything. I'm just being careful. That's all.
This concludes the materials that we're going to be showing you today. I want to again recognize the bravery of our officers. You saw that firsthand as they ran into danger to stop this. It is quite clear that they saved multiple lives. And also to the people, the brave people that were around, giving direction on where this guy was. It was everybody was looking to identify him and to stop this threat. So I want to thank, again, the officers that engaged him, the officers that responded, that started putting tourniquets and rendering first aid immediately to victims. As you can see, this was a chaotic scene that was overwhelming for many, and it's overwhelming to watch it. I walk into our PIO office and people are in tears and they're listening to these things, and it is hard and it's challenging. This devastation just doesn't affect the community. And my goodness, I don't think any of us can imagine what these families are going through right now, the suffering that they are dealing with, but our hearts are with them. I want to thank the mayor. Thank you for your leadership, city management team, just fantastic, giving us all the resources that we need. Again, this is an investigation that is continuing, still working with our FBI partners. I also want to thank DA Garza for publicly exonerating and publicly acknowledging the heroism of our officers. I want to thank him. And then I want to also make sure that our community is aware of our victim services. We have a fantastic victim service here in APD. We have 52 counselors. We're very fortunate here, but anyone who is having any trauma or any issues or questions about this can call them at 512-974-5037. Also, if anyone has evidence that they would like to send, I know a lot of people captured video and audio. This QR code, if they want to hit that, they can send and upload that information, and that will go to a detective. And again, if you see, the amazing thing is when we look at all of these 911 calls, it's about calling as soon as possible. Anyone who sees something, hears something, please call 911 immediately. Thank you all for coming.
Okay, we'll take 3 questions.
I had a question right here. So I have heard that one of the victims was outside of Buford's waiting for an Uber.
That's right.
Can you tell us generally, without compromising the investigation, where the victims were?
Yeah, I think it is important. These were not all people that were inside the bar. This is, 6th Street is what's great about 6th Street is you have the entertainment areas, and I'm talking from east to west, you have the entertainment, but people come to walk along 6th Street. That's it. And there's restaurants, all of those things. A lot of the people were struck outside of the bar. And one thing about Buford's, which is, something that we all appreciate, is a nice patio. And so that's what they have on the side there. And so these were some people that were outside, that were in that back patio, but the majority of the people that were shot were outside that bar.
Can you say more about the welfare check? Did law enforcement consider taking away his firearms after that 2022?
I believe this is 2022. It may have been out of New York that check welfare was there. I think, I don't know that they had enough to do a commitment for him. I think what I'm hearing is they gave him resources to call, that type of thing. So I don't think the check welfare led to any commitment from there.
Do you know anything about his mental state?
I do not.
Chief, can you give us an update on anything investigators have found about potential link to terrorism as a motive here?
I think, again, this investigation we're working in tandem with our FBI partners. And certainly as we look at different indicators, we conducted 2 search warrants, and all of those are being, gone through. And you talk about the digital evidence and all the things that we have to do. We are not ready to talk about exactly what that nexus is. But again, from that early on, the scene, calling in the FBI was the right thing to do. And you talk about a scene of that gravity and then the potential for terrorism, that had to be investigated, and it is.
We'll take one more question.
You talked about how the way you staffed the 6th Street area led to you guys being able to react quickly. Now that you've seen this success in a horrific situation that had, are you thinking about staffing any other areas of the city differently to make sure that you're able to have a similar response? Or are you already doing it?
Yeah, I think when we look at, and again, Halo being that area where there's so much concentration, and, as Austinites, that 6th Street area is that entertainment area, and we'd get thousands of visitors there on the weekend. And so, believe me, as new chief, when I came here, I thought, my gosh, look at the amount of overtime and the resources that we spend on 6th Street. But this is why. I mean, we have to be prepared. And anytime that you're having a very dense crowd and people are out, we need to be prepared to go, and not just for police, but for medical purposes, all of those. And so this is just again, to look at the cast, the strike team that we have in conjunction with fire and EMS. That's what responded to these scenes, as well as being able to get there quickly to address these situations. So they will remain. And as we move forward, any crowds that we have, we are a department, again, that practices best practices throughout the country, and people look to us to what we do. Having that group every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're in this room. They have these cameras up on 6th Street. All of this, they're being looked at. So it is something that we do for very large events. So we're ready and we're prepared to go.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, you guys, a little update on the Texas, unfortunately, the Texas shooting. That's what that was about. Press conference for the Texas bar shooting that happened Sunday night. They showed the shooter, what he pulled up in, where he parked. They showed him doing criminal activities. Then they showed the different body cams of the different officers that responded, basically running into the fire, protecting lives.
1, 2, 3.
So that was pretty cool to show. I don't know what. Obviously, if you guys saw that part of it where the guy got out the car and he kind of paced, to me, the body language read that he was somewhat contemplating or maybe nervous about what he was getting ready to go into. So that was interesting to see that. So, but I don't know. I don't understand what makes someone just go off and do that. I mean, yeah, but here's the thing. It's easy to say, okay, well, these people are radicalized and it's for this, but that means you're cutting off everything in your brain. Just because that's what I think that word does. Oh, they're radicalized. It's radicalization. This is what they do. So that I don't know if that helps. It's for us to process it better, or if it's to kind of dismiss their state of mind, if you know what I mean. Because we say, okay, this is what they do. They're radicalized. But it's like, hey, wait a minute. It has to be deeper than that, because like that video, him getting out, he walked behind his car, kind of just like almost like kind of hiding the gun type of thing. And then he kind of comes back toward whatever camera that was. That was awkward. And then he pulls the gun up and just starts shooting from a parking lot. I don't know. I mean, to me, here's the thing. To me, I think even the point of getting to places in our mind and in our adrenaline or our psyche or our anger, where we, even if it's a fist fight and people just want to beat and kick and beat and kick, basically until someone's dead, practically knocked out, unconscious. I don't know. I don't know what I let me put it this way. I've never had that much anger in me to do that. The fights I've been in, I'm like, okay, you're down. I'm not going to try to beat someone. If you want to get back up and box again, we can go again. If I get knocked down, let me back up. If I want to say I'm done, okay, I'm done. But everybody has so much anger in them nowadays. It's almost like once someone falls, and I've noticed this a lot. Once someone falls in a fight, for whatever reason, even people who are not in the fight have a tendency to want to then get in a fight and kick and stomp. You know what it's strange. It's strange to me. Yeah, and this is a true statement. You never know what's going on in someone's head, and you never know what's going on in someone's head. You never know. And John, thank you for the membership. Thank you for the membership. Thank you for being a subscriber to the channel, becoming a member. Thank you very much. I saw Jimbo earlier up there. I wanted to comment, but he said he's new here. Nice to have found this channel. Thank you very much. Hopefully you stay around. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button if you want. Become a member, but check it out first to see if you want to do that. Crystal says, BCP, you do wonderful work, and I'm so glad I got to meet you in Kenosha. I was there in Kenosha the day the verdict came out for Kyle Rittenhouse back in 21. It must have been 21. Was it? Yeah, 21. I was there with Will Johnson, myself. We were there, and then we went down to Chicago for a protest as well. It must have been 21. It was either 21 or late 20. I think it was 21. So yeah. So here I got a live stream, you guys, from a live stream real quick. From southern Lebanon, traffic surges after Israel's evacuation order of southern Lebanon. Let's see what's going on in southern Lebanon. It's just a street view, right? That's all it is. It's just a street view of I did click on share. Why is it not? Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Here is street view of southern Lebanon. Look at that. Well, would you look at that? That is crazy. I mean, is it downtown Portland, Skid Row, LA? The people are evacuating southern Lebanon right now. People are evacuating southern Lebanon. Why? It's because of a strike or something. Evacuation orders. Why are they evacuating? I mean, look around. See why they're evacuating. See if it's on anywhere. Anywhere. 16 seconds ago, Israel Defense Forces issued evacuation alert for Bekaa Valley region, covering the cities of Doris, Brittle. That's northeastern. So they got it wrong. Northeastern Lebanon. Unless this person got it wrong. Okay, so there is evacuation orders. Israel Defense Forces issued. Lebanese journalist friend is waiting with other reporters for their city to be. The smoke rising from the city below is not from an attack tonight, but from an airstrike that hit last night. So they're referring because it's tonight, but last night. So that was, my goodness, sometimes it's not the doing the math. It's like because you're also having to go backtrack in your mind when their last night was, because it says not from last night because it's right now it's nighttime for them. Yes, it's 8:34 p.m. for them. So not tonight, last night. So yesterday morning for us, basically, or afternoon. So around, let's just say around this time yesterday for us is when attack happened for them. So that they're evacuating the city. I mean, it don't look like there's too much evacuation going on. A few of these people are just sitting there on the curb chilling like it's Skid Row. Yeah, there's a lot of info coming in. There's a lot of stuff coming in. That's what happens overnight. All this stuff comes in. Check out AP, see what's new. AP. So the other thing for Trump is at 1 o'clock. We have like 2 hours before that. Right now, the House votes on Iran war powers resolution. That's upcoming here at 1 o'clock also. So in between time, there's just like filling stuff. There's filling stuff. Let me see. North Israel, okay. DK said, "Oh man, you're falling apart." Never. Never. Hope everyone's having a great day. Hope you're having a great day as well. John says, DK, I'm having a great day. Hope your day is great too. Lebanon government is trying to arrest Hezbollah. They had some kind of deal with Iran that they didn't need passports to go to Lebanon. Now they want Iran people to leave. It's the way I understand it. Oh, your shoulder. Yeah. My ice pack. My ice pack. All right, let me see what else. 6 minutes ago, I don't know if that's a true picture. It could be. Let me see their account. Yeah. Following Israel's evacuation warning for large parts of Beirut, thousands of people are trying to leave the city. It's coming in. So it's coming in 8 minutes ago, but it's coming in from like daytime. And it's right now, it's night over there, 8 p.m., 8:30. Blessed to be in the U.S. Eye on Pakistan. Blessed to be in the U.S. In the USA. France 24 spoke to residents from southern Lebanon and the southern suburbs of Beirut, who were forced to evacuate their homes as intense Israel strikes on Lebanon resumed in response to Hezbollah rockets. All right. There's that. Israel ordered the evacuation of 750,000 people. That's 13% of the population of Lebanon. People are being forced to gather by the sea because there's literally no place for them to go. And because Israel bombed a bunch of Christian neighborhoods yesterday after they gave refuge to evacuees from the south, a lot of people are rightfully scared. The Jewish state is out here creating its own version of the purge in real time, and you psychopaths are still pretending they are the good guys. Interesting. I do know by the airport. I do know by the airport. So on Tuesday night we have our service, and the pastor was saying that there's another pastor over there in Lebanon, and he was saying that the bombing's crazy. Just giving a report. Well, then last night we had all church prayer, corporate prayer, whatever, and before. At the beginning of that, pastor got up and said, "You got a call again from the pastor over there." He said they're being told to leave because the bombing has picked up, and it's right by the airport, which is true, as we've shown on the live cams. So they're having to evacuate. So that is a true statement. Hey, you guys want to get one of those? I'll get one of those. We can go on a date. But he just pulled up, man. I'll pick you up. I'll pick you up in my covered moped. They have a lot of mopeds over there, you guys. Look, there's a lot. I figured this would be like right there. It's dope, huh? I wonder if it rains over there like that. Do you really need it for that? Why do you have that? There's a lot of mopeds. It looks like an Antifa type of thing, doesn't it? They like all those beat up mopeds, the lefties. They like a lot of those moped type of stuff. You can move on bikes. That's true. You can get around, cut in between cars and all that type of stuff. Something you cannot do in a car. There ain't no moving and grooving. No moving and grooving like that in an automobile. So you guys, I'm thinking about perhaps Portland this weekend. Perhaps. I'm not sure. There's a couple events. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but it's a thought that comes and goes. This creates a problem. I mean, kind of. It's uncomfortable, obviously, to walk around in a sling while holding the camera with one hand, doing this like you're a complete robot. It's kind of like when people have a kink in their neck and they go like this.
University of Phoenix feels built for real life because it is. Some schools say flexible pacing. Here's what they whisper.
Boom, 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 boom. Couple events I might want to get to. I don't know. It'll probably be oversaturated with cameras anyway and not be that big. See, that's another thing that we as journalists have to think of is that where you go. Because if you have, like, say there's an event for 50 people, right? Like 50 people are at some sort of event. For one, that's not a lot of people. But then you have like an extra 10 or 15 people or cameras. Kind of defeats it. I mean, it's good in a way, but it defeats kind of going. It's like, there's enough cameras covering it. Peter says he'll carry my camera for me. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate that. As long as you take me to Obama's place. As long as you take me to Obama's place if I come down there. So you take me to Obama's place, and then I'll let you hold my camera. How about that? See, that's a fair, square deal right there. Interesting times, you guys. Interesting times, especially after hearing what Elon said about the what was it? AGI, artificial. What was it? Coming. He believes. Well, Glenn Beck believes it's coming next year, 27. But Elon is saying within 2 years that all his Tesla dealerships are going to be robotic. Robots will be running the Tesla dealerships or the building the Teslas. That's nothing. Easy peasy. Unless you have a sit down job. If you have a sit down job, that would suck. It'd be like this. It'd be like typing. See, that's why you have to be moving and grooving up. I had about 3 hours of sleep as well. Got up at 7. Let's go. But see, there's also difference. Like with this type of, talking about like things like that, people sleeping, people tired. It's also like enjoying life. Like I wake up, honestly, you guys, I know it's going to sound crazy. To some. I actually enjoy life. Like I like being awake. I like moving. I like life. I like being active. I like being on the go. That like, you know how people get adrenaline, for instance, like a fight? We were talking about fights a few minutes ago. Like for a fight, people get all jacked up in adrenaline. I get that way over things just in life when things happen. Like even this, I'll be honest with you guys, like even this, I'm like on cloud like 10 because I'm waiting for the next thing. Like, and there's going to be a next thing. There's going to be a next thing. One way or another, there's going to be the next thing. And so I'm always like, okay, what's it going to be? What's going to happen today? What am I going to see? Is someone going to drive down my street going 100 miles an hour and there's going to be a police car following them, chasing them? Like, yeah, I like life. That's why it's like, I don't like, I get tired. I mean, of course I get tired, but it's more like when I sit down and I like and relax. And then, but other than that, I'm like, high blood pressure just like skyrocket all the time. Cause I'm just like, let's go. It is. And this is it. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Like AI and text needs some breaks. It's moving way too fast. I got 5 solid hours from 5 a.m. till 12. Busy. Yep. Pick in every room. Yes, 5 like 12 to 5 is like decent. It's decent. 5 hour shift of sleep. I'm good with that. I can operate off that easy. I probably have proven that through the years of doing this stuff. Have you guys noticed anything about any of the traffic? Like no one, for one, everybody's car is dirty. Oh, that's probably the nicest car I've seen on the screen, the red one that just passed. Matthew says, excuse me, Dan says, Matthew 24 verses 3 through 14 is an encouraging passage for believers in these uneasy times. Let's pull it up. How about that? I mean, for people evacuating, they're like seriously just chilling. Oh yeah, warning about the end times. Let's see it. Why not? And Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to shew him the buildings of the temple. Show. And Jesus said unto them, see ye not all these things? Verily I say to you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. As he sat upon the mountain of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? So two different things. When shall be thy sign of thy coming, one, and the end of the world? There's two. So two things there they're asking. Jesus answered, said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you. And that's the scary thing what's happening right now. There could be a lot of deception in the political realm because of the 7 Mountain Mandate that is surrounding the administration that's in the White House, the 7 Mountain Mandate, which could deceive many, will deceive many actually. Verse 5, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Now Christ, okay, so here, check this out, you guys. Christ doesn't mean Jesus. Okay? Now, that post that came out yesterday that everybody's talking about from the general that told the people about Christ's return, if you guys remember, in that he said that Trump is anointed. You guys remember that? We talked about that yesterday, and I showed, and Pete Hegseth and all this, what they told the I think it was Fleet, one of the fleets, or one of the generals told the fleets, whatever. It's on it's all over the place. They were talking about yesterday at the hearings back in DC on the Senate floor and all that. The person said that Trump is anointed. Well, for your information, that's what Christ actually means, anointed one. Just wanted to throw that out there just for some thoughts. No man, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars. So there's wars and rumors of wars. See that ye not be troubled, for all these things. So all these things that are listed here: wars, rumors of wars, people coming, saying, I am Christ, people being deceived. For all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. Verse 7, for nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places. All these things they're just the beginning of sorrows. Don't worry, you guys. It's not the end yet. It's the beginning of sorrows. Then, then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and shall be hated by all nations, not some, not Iran, by all nations, not for politics, not for Trump, not because you're a Republican, not because you're a conservative, but for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended. I love offenses. And shall betray one another. Well, that happens all the time within certain movements. And shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall arise and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, so because sin and transgression shall abound, the love of many, someone just brought this up earlier, shall wax cold. Remember somebody was in the chat on Facebook and they said something about loving thy neighbor is not the same? The love of many shall not wax cold, but he that shall endure until the end, that same person, that same shall be saved. And this gospel, and this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, countries, places, and then shall the end come. And then shall the end come. There, that's a bit. So going back to where it says the end is not here. After all these things, the gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all the nations. Good stuff. Good passage. I saw some new things there myself. That's good. Yepers. Yepers. It's a tough time, though. How many times do you think there was war or a plague in the past 2,000 years and people thought it was the end? That's so true. I think it has to get super bad, you guys, like super bad. The AI stuff will help it along because, again, with the information, people becoming lazy, things taking over, the human naturalness of things, and these machines taking over. You know, it'll move the progress. The progress. This is clearly not. This is not the end of the passage. Clearly states that this is only the beginning. Yep. Well, just say that the end will come after. Yes, Jesus did say, faith is dead. Faith without works. Faith without your works. You can have all the faith you want. Who cares? Faith without works is dead. Gonna be real demons and angels flying around. There already are. You just can't see them. Already are. But more so. Definitely more so. We're in triple it, quadruple it. Yeah, the works. Works. I wonder where these people are going now. Are they really going to the ocean? Wait, what? Wait, time out. This might be. Let's see. That can't be right. That can't be right. That's not right. I'm calling fake news. Fake news. There's fake news coming in, you guys. Nope, it's real. It is real. It is breaking news, you guys. Breaking news. If you want it. Why? How come? What happened? What happened? All right. What happened here? What'd you do? What did you do?
Secretary of Homeland Security, effective March 31st.
What did you do?
This comes a day after a difficult couple of days on Capitol Hill in both the House and the Senate for Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary. She is being replaced. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen is now going to take over her job. The president making the announcement on Truth Social just a short time ago. He
I
writes,
told you
quote,
that.
I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st of this month, of this year. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to be Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, which is a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere that they're announcing on Saturday at Doral in Florida. The president says, I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. So this comes amid reports that the president was none too pleased about the advertising campaign money that came to light during these hearings, Sandra. And so just in the last 24 hours, we've heard a lot of rumors that Mark Wayne Mullen may be tapped for DHS. And now it appears the president has made that decision, and that's going to happen at the end of the month.
Yeah, there was some reporting leading up to this that this could be the case. No confirmation had been made by the president himself until now, but there was reports of frustration inside the White House over some of the actions taken on the part of Kristi Noem. Looking at the announcement, though, and looking at the touting President Trump does of Mark Wayne McMillan's record, 10 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, 3 in the Senate. The president says he's done a tremendous job with the people of Oklahoma. As the president pointed out, somewhere he did very well. So obviously this is breaking news. Just now, President Trump making the formal announcement that that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem will be replaced, John.
Well, and also the president taking note of Mark Wayne Mullen's status as a former undefeated professional MMA fighter, also the only Native American in the Senate. Let's bring in Jackie Heinrich. She's at the White House. The timing of this, I guess, was a little bit of a surprise. We didn't expect it quite this soon, but it was certainly expected.
Why was it expected?
Well, John, this president has been reluctant to shuffle his staff since really early in his second term when he moved National Security Advisor Mike Waltz over to Ambassador of the UN. Since then, he's kept all of his folks sort of in position, weathered whatever criticism comes their way. And Kristi Noem, the DHS Secretary, has faced a turbulent period in the last few weeks amid the fallout, the response to the ICE deportation campaign in Minnesota,
leave her alone.
some public statements that she made. And then most recently this week, her testimony on Capitol Hill, there were reports that her defense of her campaign, her ad campaign, $200 million in spending that prominently featured her sometimes on horseback, claiming that the president, according to these reports, had approved of that, reportedly upset him. He wasn't happy about giving the impression that he had sort of authorized that amid this broader administration effort to root out fraud. So she's being moved now into another role. The Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere that they're announcing on Saturday. The president's been, defensive of Kristi Noem for the last several weeks as she's faced questions about her ability to carry out her duties. He regularly pointed to the success closing the southern border, the fact that there have been no illegal immigrants caught and released into the interior of the U.S. for several months, the fact that overdoses and murders are at historic lows, and pointed to those successes to sort of boost her up and defend keeping her in place. But it seems like that testimony on Capitol Hill might have been a turning point. There were also some reports that FEMA funding that was stalled suddenly came through after questioning. And so this is a rapid development, of course, and something we didn't expect until potentially after the midterms. This is a strange time for the president to make that major of a shakeup. But there was, sort of the writing on the wall after he elevated Tom Homan, his border czar, to take a more prominent role in the ICE deportation campaign. It's well reported that there's been a long-standing rift between Homan and Noem about how this should be handled.
All right. There's that. Breaking news. Kristi Noem. Christine, you guys know that the left and Antifa has a song for her. Have you guys heard it? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard it on my stream. I'm not going to play it, but so there you guys have it. Christine Nome is being replaced. They're kind of alluding to that has something to do with her, I guess, the campaign, the picture thing. Let's see if she is speaking any place. I'm sure she is, since this is like breaking news. There's going to be somebody covering it. AP is usually good at this, but let me see. I don't want to do Chicago 7 because Chicago 7 will get me. Come on, there has to be something. I don't want to go to Chicago 7. Really? Come on, someone. She is speaking, but I gotta find something that I can play. I'll just go for it. Let's just go for it. Oh, I'll try it. I want to go for it. It's your guys' fault. If I get in trouble, I'm just playing. If I get in trouble, if I get in trouble, everybody sign up for memberships. There we go. How about that?
You step up in order to protect people, and you do it in a way that other people often are never.
I can't fix the sound either.
When tragedies like what we saw in Austin take place, it's your leadership and it's your decision making that make all the difference. You use judgment, and we entrust people entrust you with their lives. You're on the front lines of leadership, and you have the responsibility of guiding and also shaping the next generation. So we thank you for that, and we thank you for what you do. I know that I've met many of you in the room. I've had the chance to visit with you. I appreciate your wisdom and your advice as we continue to develop trainings and insight into how leadership can work together to make good decisions and to break down the silos between agencies so that we can work together more different, in better ways than we have in the past. And you know, we're seeing challenges across the country from judges and courts that are working to stop some of our efforts, that are looking to take away some of the protections that you need in law to do your work. And then also we're seeing some challenges from sanctuary states and sanctuary cities. In fact, after I get done sharing a few more words, I want to hear your questions on ways that we can help you do your jobs. If you're in a situation where the laws may be a little different than it is in other states, or you may have unique challenges that perhaps we could work together on to find ways to help you bring criminals to justice and to protect your community from public safety threats. America is the greatest country in the world, and it's the greatest country in the world that has great cities and great communities. Regardless of where people live, we need to make sure that they have an opportunity to go to work every day safely and to send their kids to school safely every day. Sanctuary cities do give us a challenge because it makes it difficult at times for law enforcement to do their work. And we see that many times when a city cooperates with the federal government, cooperates with our federal officers, that it is safer. In fact, 7 of our top 10 safest countries in the nation are not sanctuary cities. They're cities where the local law enforcement partners with us. They partner with our federal agencies, with the FBI, DEA, ATF, CBP, ICE, and our operations. And we've also seen across the country where 5 of our 10 most crime-ridden cities do not cooperate with us, where those that are not cooperative with federal officers will see challenges on their streets. We've seen a lot of different situations from city to city. The one thing I would encourage you that no matter how frustrated you may be with some of that, that we can find a way to work together to do some good work for our people. In fact, even in Memphis, where we saw different leadership, we had different parties in the governorship and in the mayor, we still were able to arrest and bring to justice over 2,600 criminals, and in a way that significantly dropped their crime rate and significantly helped those communities continue to take those public safety threats off the streets. We got over 150 different illegal sex offenders off of the street. We saw one of those arrests included a criminal illegal alien from Venezuela that was convicted of aggravated criminal assault and abuse of a child. I'm thankful that that individual is no longer on the streets because of the cooperation of those local law enforcement. We have agreements across the country called 287G agreements. I'm sure you're familiar with them, but there is 3 different models that are available. One is a jail model that helps us with some detention. The other is a warrant service officer model that is extremely helpful for us to make sure that we can take jurisdiction or of an individual who's a criminal in the safety of an environment of a courthouse or a jail, and they can be turned over to ICE or so that we have the ability to return them back home. And the other model would be in the task force model, which I hope many of you have the opportunity to cooperate with us in, where we can use our different authorities to go out and go after the worst of the worst, those targeted operations that go after violent offenders and criminal offenders, and that we can bring them to justice and get them out of your city and your state. We've seen that program go from before President Trump was in office to only 135 of those agreements across the country signed, to now we have over 1,400 of them in place. And it's been very beneficial to make sure that we've removed over 400,000 criminal offenders out of this country. We've seen 3 million people leave our country that were here illegally, but over 750,000 of them were arrested and detained and removed. We'd much rather prefer that they volunteer to go home and that it can be a volunteer situation. But if not, if people are here illegally and committing crimes, we want to make sure we're able to detain them and get them out of your communities before we create more victims in the United States. I'm grateful for the work that you do because it's made a difference across this country. This last year, we've seen our murder rate in the United States of America drop to the lowest level since it
bicep and collarbone. So it's only really the rotator cuff area that wasn't holding, adding tissue. I haven't heard no gunfire tonight, though. Not yet. That noise. These people always have noise running on their lives, and there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah. There's gunshots. Yeah, not fun. I mean, it hasn't really hurt. Hasn't hurt. My mom had total knee replacement. They ordered the wrong size bionic knee. Really? That sucks. That did even further damage. That sucks. I'd be mad. I'd be mad. I know. Trust me. I'm fiending for the gym, and I'm fiending. It does something to a man, the gym. I'm telling you. It's been like, as Timberland said, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. So let's see what else. So at 1 o'clock, Trump is going to be speaking, some sort of celebration. So we'll see what he is doing. I think he's down in Miami. I'll check that out, see what else is going on. Of course. I mean, come on. Who doesn't? The Dirty Dancing lift to his girl. I mean, come on. Right? Time of my life. I'm just playing. Who doesn't? Right? Who doesn't? Forbidden dance. Is it? Is it a forbidden dance? Maybe forbidden song? I don't know. No. Let's let me see what the next thing is coming up. That's Reuters, still with the traffic, still people escaping Lebanon. Yeah, this is scheduled for 1. So go back and forth between the House votes on Iran war powers resolution and the Trump hosting Lionel Messi. I don't know who it is. It looks like FIFA or some sort of soccer champs. MLS. What's MLS? Is that soccer? Major League Soccer, I guess. Cup win. MLS, Major League Soccer. So he's hosting that wherever, I don't know where from. Let me check on some breaking news real quick. If there's anything else going on. Dubai flight landed. New member DK. Look at that. What's up, new member? Thank you, DK. Thank you, DK. Now we got to get the rest of these people on here to subscribe for membership. Join. And if you don't want to become a member, you guys could always super chat, or, which by the way, DK did do that earlier as well. Look at this. Look at that. When I called her out, I'm saying her according to the profile picture. So, and then, ding, ding, ding. It's all where? Oh, if there's almost 3 there, so you're at East Coast. Okay, so Trump is doing his thing 1 o'clock, which will be 4 o'clock East Coast time. Don't crash, don't hit nobody. I heard this. All right, so as I was saying, I'll mute this. As I was saying, today Dubai flight landed at New York City Airport with passengers fleeing the Iran attack. That's a big plane, and that was loud. That's a big plane. 747 to 740. Look at those planes next to that big boy. Full X. That's a big plane. Like for reals. That plane arrived from Dubai today in New York City. Just a little bit ago. Well, I guess 3 hours ago, so that's not too breaking. Iran strikes Bahrain's largest oil refinery. Bahrain. Uh-oh. Well, let's see if this is true. I don't know. I don't know if this guy is legit. He has economist and geopolitics analyst, economist. Okay. But I don't know if he's real. Anyway, he's reporting bets still on when Iran is a parking lot. Brian Allen, I'm not sure. Anyway, he's reporting and saying that UK Prime Minister. Okay, did somebody just? Oh, wait, did somebody just say it here in the chat? You've probably seen me having it up on the screen. He's a worm. That's what he said. Okay, so they're saying that he's entering into the fake war, into the operation. His justifications: Iran started attacking countries in the region, but here's what he left out: the U.S. launched an illegal war with no. Okay, well, right, but let's see. Let's see what he says.
The long-standing British position is that the best way forward for the regime and the world is a negotiated settlement with Iran where they give up their nuclear ambitions. Now, that's why I took the decision that the UK would not join the initial strikes on Iran by the US and Israel.
Boy.
Now, that decision was deliberate. It was in the national interest, and I stand by it. But when Iran started attacking countries around the Gulf and the wider region, the situation changed. Iran has now fired drones and missiles at 10 countries that did not attack them. These are allies of the UK, where we have hundreds of thousands of British people, as well as British military personnel. Our number one priority is protecting our people. The the long-standing British position
But he didn't say
is
that.
that the best way forward for the regime and the world is a negotiated settlement with Iran where they give up their nuclear ambitions. Now, that's why I took the decision that the UK would not join the initial strikes on Iran by the US and Israel.
Well, are you joining them
And
now?
that decision was deliberate. It was in the national interest. And I stand by it. But when Iran started attacking countries around the Gulf and the wider region, the situation changed. Iran has now fired drones and missiles at 10 countries that did not attack them.
He's not
These
saying,
are allies of the UK,
he's not saying
where
it.
we have hundreds of thousands of British people,
He's not saying it.
as well as British military personnel.
He didn't say he's joining the war. So why would you write that UK Prime Minister just confirmed Britain is now entering the war? He didn't say he was entering the war. So whoever wrote this, that's the problem. Don't do clickbait stuff. Could you allude to it and make it sound like it is? Okay, I don't mind clickbait stuff, but not off real situations. You know what I mean? Like, give the full context. He didn't say that he was entering. He didn't say he was entering the war. Nowhere in that did he say we are entering the war. He just said it. This is why we didn't do it. That Iran shouldn't do this. But he didn't mention that we are now in a stage that we are going to enter. He didn't say that whatsoever. That's why I said at the beginning, I don't know about this guy, but he does have, 250, almost 300,000 followers on X, but I don't know. I don't like that. To me, it's shady. It's not, it's misleading, especially on a situation and topic like what we're dealing with the war. Yeah. As crowds. This was the one from earlier. The when they hit with after an Iranian attack. Where's this one at? A warehouse near Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens erupted in flames this morning. Officials warn of toxic smoke from chemicals on site and urge drivers to avoid the area. Stay tuned to One American News for updates. Pretty massive fire. Another oil refinery. They're hitting the oil, you guys. I don't know if that's a concern, you guys, but there was a tanker overnight that was hit. Now that. Does he have like a Samoan tattoo on him? This is in Bahrain. Bahrain. Let me check some other things real quick. New Antifa extremist Alex Randall has shared videos and images of firearms training being conducted for transgender members of his leftist group, Moto Hooligans. Randall, also known as Squid Tips, says his training team is comprised of comprised of entirely trans people who believe that armed minorities are harder to oppress. Okay. The group has been conducting their firearms training in wooded areas of Washington State. I know people who live in Washington State. Be careful. Be careful, people who live in Washington State. That guy 3 weeks ago, he was in the same sort of club back in his area. Well, allegedly, he was in the same sort of club. The guy who shot his family. So, just a heads up. Be careful. Keep your head going like this. Oh my gosh, who made this? Is that Barry Manilow? Come on. Is that Barry Manilow, you guys? Like for reals.
David, someone invaded you.
Oh. Oh. And yeah. I'll play this today later. I'll play this later. I'm not going to play it now because they're going to get copyright strike. So I'll play it later at the end of the show. Then I can just erase it. Let me see what it is. Let me see what this is. I'll come back to that at the end of the show. Send it via chat. I'll send it to myself. How about that? I'll play it at the end of the show. That's gonna be funny. I'll be funny. You follow that page? Let me see. They must do funny stuff. Is that who it is? All right. No one I'm following follows it. Yes, it was Rubio playing the drums. It was Rubio playing the drums. I don't know who else is a cameo appearance in it, but I guess later on we'll see. I'm not staying on. So I learned something. What I learned was here, let's go back to watching people drive in the city, and supposedly they're leaving and evacuating. Supposedly. What I learned was I can stream for on so here's something, just so you guys know. On Facebook, I can only stream for 8 hours, live stream for 8 hours. And then at the 8 hour mark, 8 hours and 5 seconds, Facebook will cut you off. So, and then I have to start a new stream. With YouTube, I can continue to stream past 8 hours. I can go 15, I can go 24. I mean, I don't know what the limit is, but I've done 16. With that said, once I turn that off, the stream off, and that stream posts and stays on YouTube, they only keep the first 12 hours. Somewhere between 11:30 and 11:50 hours of that 16-hour stream. So, because I was looking for something last night, I'm like, well, where's it at? I know I streamed it, and then I started noticing. I was looking around. I was looking at all these streams, and every single one of them have exactly what I had, like 11 hours and 45 minutes, 11 hours and 50 minutes. And these people are streaming nonstop because they're showing day and night, day and night. These people are making a fire out there to stay warm. Maybe it is cold over there, a little chilly. They got hoodies on and stuff like that. I don't know the temperature over there. I mean, they are in the desert, right? It is nighttime. They don't have no big jackets on, but just sweaters. Poor kids. Can you look at that? So these children have no understand. They're born into this without any understanding. Without any understanding what's going on. They live in this. They live in this stuff. Now, is Lebanon, I believe it's a Muslim country, right? I believe it is. It's not Islamic State, but is a religious, diverse country with Muslims majority population. So the majority of the population in Lebanon is estimated at roughly 60 to 70% Sunni, Shia. What's the other one? There's one more. I forget the other one. But 60 to 70%, and a substantial Christian minority, roughly 30 to 40. Ooh. That's rough. Because if it's Christian, depends on what Christian, meaning if it's kind of like a modern day Christian, and if it's 70-ish, 60 to 70% Muslim, what kind? Like, well, it says Sunni, but what Sunni is, are they more modern? Sunni's more modern? Let me look at that. Sunni Muslims. Christians stay strong there. More modern. Okay, so they're not inherently more or less modern than Shiite, as both branches contain a wide spectrum of views, of course, while some describe Sunnis as more traditional. Really? Okay, so others see them as more or less conservative, depending on the context, which moderation being more independent or individual culturally. Okay. Sunni, more civilized savages, so they say. Okay. Matthew Spear, what? Matthew Spear is his name. He is on at 7 Eastern. Matthew Spear, what? Hold on. I'm trying to follow along. Yeah, Christians stay strong. Yeah. Maybe you guys are having a conversation. Sidebar conversation. Okay, that's good to know. Good to know. Nothing. I might take a little break since there's not really anything until 1, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene. What about this?
You're gambling with World War III. For the American people to see what's going on. You're right now not in a very good position. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. For the American people to see what's going on. You're right now not in a very good position. You're gambling with the lives of millions of.
Come on, that's funny. That is funny. That is funny. You're not in a very good position right now. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. That was good. That's funny. You're not in a good position. You might be in a good position. I don't know. I think it's iffy. Personally, that's my opinion. It's my opinion. I think it's kind of iffy where we're at. Some are like, yeah, but I don't know. Here's I got Molin's reactions. Let me find it. Here it is. Molin reacts, or is that his name? Yeah, Molin. Senator Markwayne Mullin on his reaction to his DHS secretary nomination. It's humbling because it's happened quick. I had to call my dad, and it's just pretty humbling when you start thinking about it. A little kid from West Oklahoma getting to serve in president's cabinet. That is pretty big. All right, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Sorry, trying to get the right frame.
Initial question. I mean, there's so many things.
Mark Wayne Mullen live. Let's listen to you.
Don't support me. I'm going to be laser focused on getting that done.
Senator, I just have a really quick question. What was your first reaction to just the news that you were nominated for this position, just amidst everything and that's happening?
Humbling, because I had to call my dad, and I mean, because it happened quick, right? I had to call my wife, call my dad, both, and it's just, you know, pretty humbling when you start thinking about it. A little kid from West Oklahoma gets to serve in the president's cabinet. That's pretty neat. So thank you guys.
How did you find out? The truth?
And I think I just like a really initial question. I mean, there's so many things that's happening within DHS. What would be your main objective or goal?
We got to, you know, we're gonna get focused on that, and we'll get back to you on certain details.
When do you expect to be? Were you surprised, Senator?
The phone call I got from the president was right before the statement went out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so a little more clarity there on when he found out. He says he got the call from the president right before the Truth Social post went out. So that gave him about 30 seconds, I would think, Molly, to kind of process all of this. And, you know, it's the sort of thing where President Trump obviously is very close to Mullen. He probably mentioned it to him a couple of times. But I know that when the president asks you to do something and you're a loyal member of the party,
you're loyal.
You just drop everything and say yes.
That, and I'm sure that Senator Mullen explained that he would be.
Well, there you have it. First words from Mullen about 23 minutes ago. Wow, Climatics new short video is crazy. Submarine got his hand broke acting out. Yeah, I was I live that yesterday. I was on the show here, and there was a hearing or meeting about Iran with I think military there, and the guy showed up, and he stood up. He protested and stuff. Said, you know, America don't want another war. We don't want to be in. And they tackled him. It wasn't even like they went up to him and started. It was just. He wasn't rushing the stage. He was a protest. You know, he was by himself. And as there was like 4 people. I could probably show the video. Might be easier to show that. I mean, you saw it. We probably have all seen it by now. But anyway, as he was going out, he had his hand in the door. Nobody put his hand in the door, but he had his hand in the door. I don't think they knew. It don't seem like they knew that his hand was in the door, like inside the door. And as they were pulling him, it just like, oh, you heard all of it. You heard all of it. And then he gets outside and he's, you know, yelling Pakistan, free Pakistan. He's doing the leftist / Antifa chants. So I was like, okay. Free Palestine. Palestine will be free from the ocean to the sea. Palestine will be free. See, I got it down. Something like that. So that's what he was, that, you know, and so his arm broke as they were taking him out. It was nasty. It was nasty. You can actually, when you, it was when I, if you go back on my show, when I heard it, I was just like, what in the world? Like, oh, that's gross. Because it wasn't like just a snap. It was like 3 snaps. It was like pop, pop, pop. I was like, oh, that's. Ugh. And the dude, okay, so we can say what we want about him, but dude was beastie. Like his arm broke in 3 spots, and he just was like, what? You still want to fight? Like no problem. He got a little irritated. The person says, does your hand hurt? Well, yeah. But just stood there. Like, whatever, let's go. Okay. I'm like, okay, that's, dude, are you a MMA fighter or what? It was like, no, I'm like, nope. Yeah, it was four men were on him, 3 officers. He was like sideways. And then I guess like another Republican congressman or senator came back to help the officers, which appeared to be like kids. They seemed like they were kids, honestly. They seemed like they were really young kids who were going up to this guy, this Marine. A lot of people say he just put on the suit, but nevertheless, it was like these kids going up to him, which was that seemed kind of, I don't know, that seemed kind of weird too. No, I don't. Ayo, life. I don't think it was wood creaking or something. I don't think it was any wood creaking. I think that was his arm that just. He was calling out. It was what was it? It was a meeting for what? Brian Green is his name. He is running for office. Yes, he is running for office. Brian McGinnis. Brian McGinnis. Here. Let's just do this. He legit broke his arm. Let me here, you guys. Get it. I did follow him. So you guys can see who he is yourself. Brian McGinnis is who he is. A U.S. Marine service has always been my mission. I'm running for North Carolina Senate to continue serving the people of North Carolina. They call him green hat or something. No, it wasn't green hat. On behalf of Brian's family, we want to express our deepest gratitude for the overwhelming outpouring of support, messages, and contributions over the last 24 hours. Yeah, his stuff has done skyrocketed. Like this number here, like you go back before what happened yesterday, everything is like 1,000 views. Like 1.1, well, that's not him. 775,000. And if you're monetized on X right now, you're going to be looking at a nice paycheck. Like 4.8 million. 303. Look at this one, 150. 1.4. 87. 71,000. 54. 53. Then if you could go way down here to like back in the beginning of February, like you see the numbers dropping. That's 3.2 million. Was it? That's February 2nd. Yeah, but they're all like lower. They're all like lower stuff. Some of them are. Oh, that's a retweet. There's one. So February 4th, only 3,000. So it goes from 3,000. See, 3,000 again. 2.8 thousand, 2,000. That's the numbers I'm getting. Well, I was getting before now. They're suppressing me right now. But then it jumped up to everything's like 1 million. And anyway, I don't see the video on here from yesterday. He don't even have it on here on his platform. Because of my anti-Trump post, my account with 70,000 followers was shut down. Oh, that's somebody else. That's not him. He's praying for the people of Palestine. Okay, so here's a question for you guys. What's the difference between the Palestinians and the liberated Iranians who are now liberated? What's the difference? Let's ask that question. What is the difference? We all don't like Palestine, or people don't like Palestine. So why? How come? Brian McGinnis, the protester, what's he saying? Resist the Capitol Police. I've always supported Israel. I mean, it's in the Bible that we should, or we will be cursed. And he looks like he got insta cursed there when he went against Israel. Yeah. See, you should become a member. We'll talk about that. That whole thing, that whole piece about supporting Israel. It's in the Bible. You are correct. But there's more to that. It don't say, and what I'm saying is also is that it doesn't say not to support them. It doesn't say that either. It does say to support Israel, but I'm just saying there's more to that than taking it at face value. It's like the Protestants and the Catholics in Ireland. Okay. I don't understand that one. What's he saying here? So 2-minute him talking. It's official. The protester who resisted Capitol Police and got hauled out has been exposed as he's pro-Islam. Okay. See, all this stuff is just, anyway, pro-Hamas and we're pro-Islam. We're cheering for the Iranian people who are liberated. They're still Islam. Those people are still Islam. So like now we're going back. We're saying, yay, Trump, get Islam, get the Muslims, liberate them, because there's ones there who want to be freed. So what is it? Are we not pro-Islam? Are we pro-Islam? Does it depend what kind of Islam? Islam is Islam. I don't understand, and this is part of the problem with people not knowing what's what. But anyway, let's hear what he has to say that makes him pro-Islam.
Check it out on TikTok shop. There's some that.
Okay, cool.
Congratulations to Hamas and the Gazans for repelling their oppressor, the Israelis, and causing the ceasefire. We must, as Palestinian supporters, watch this deal roll out and make sure it's legitimate and fair, and also continue to support Palestine with wearing keffiyehs or any type of apparel to show we are a strong front. We must continue to band together with other minorities, the elite, the immigrants, the people that are getting taken out by ICE, African Americans who have been subjugated for the longest time, and who I believe are the grounds for resistance in America. They had the most experience, the most strength, and the most experience and wisdom, and have fought the longest and hardest in America for this right, physically and mentally, and have the most experience, and must get the respect they deserve. And so let's continue to fight and never stop. This is a lifelong fight for freedom and liberty for all, through Gaza and through all the evil that's been passed down by oppressors. So free Palestine forever. Keep fighting. Love you, Gazans. May you get aid soon. Free Palestine.
Hey, just a word of advice. Keffiyeh is a great neck warmer at this time of year. So if you're looking for one, check it out on TikTok shop. There's some that support Palestinians, and it's a great way to show your support for humanity. We have truth on our side, and so showing your support for humanity and standing for truth is going to win. It's going to take a long time against these big time money builders that are holding us down, but just keep showing support. We will achieve a big enough following and gathering for the truth, and they will run out of money to fight us and suppress us, and we shall win. God willing, inshallah. That's what it means. That's Arabic for God willing. A lot of you guys are freaked out by Arab words. but they're not. They're just a different language. So get over it. Free Palestine.
Hey, if you think the Free Palestine movement promotes hate, you're wrong. Please take it from me, an American veteran, Brian McGinnis. It's not. I am genuinely speaking up for Palestine because Palestinians have been oppressed militarily for 77 years, and it is wrong. That's the true direction of hate here, is that the state of Israel is hating the Palestinians and is killing them and brutally terrorizing them for years and years and years. And now they're turning around and acting as if they're the victims and they're the ones that are experiencing hate. Just know that the Kafia and the Free Palestine movement are not a hateful group. We are standing up for justice, and don't believe the lies. That's just my plea to you. I'm not a devious person. I am a genuine person, and this is the truth. My family's Palestinian. They are great people. They harbor no hate. They are very loving. And so just please don't believe the lie that the Free Palestine movement is a hateful movement. Okay? Please, for me and for justice and for reality. Okay? Love, peace, free. Love y'all. Free Palestine.
Okay, so anyway. There is probably some truth in there. The problem is people like him, the Free Palestine movement, that's why okay, so what's the difference between Palestine? Here we go. And I think I already said this. What's the difference between Palestine and Iran? Is there a difference between Palestine and Iran? With that said, within that question, is there a liberation Palestinian group or people that want to quote unquote be free, like this whole Iranian people want to be free? That's it, because Iran is Muslim. So is Palestine Muslim? He's saying Islam. Hold on. Palestine in the Gaza Strip, it's Israel, right? And note, even their neighbors don't want them. Palestine is the Gaza Strip. It's Israel. Hold on. What? Aren't Iranians Persian? Okay. Palestine. So Elizabeth is saying Palestine is the Gaza Strip. It's Israel. This is going to come together. This is going to actually make a lot of sense if this is what I'm actually thinking. I've been wondering. Palestine is that. Okay, hold on. I'll let you guys see what I'm doing. Okay, Palestine. Where's Palestine? Palestine. Okay, hold on. There's Israel. Israel's the state. Like Oregon is a state. Washington is a state. California. Okay, so now where's Palestine at? No, it's not. Where's that? Hold on. Palestine. So Palestine. What the what? Yes, Gaza is Palestine, they claim. 67% of the Iranian population is Persian ethnicity. the rest I diverse, but it's still, even the Iranian, even if Persian, it's still Muslim faith. There is no Palestine. What do you mean there's no Palestine? Palestine is in scripture. There's Palestine. Palestine is definitely in scripture. Okay, hold on. So is that what they're arguing? Because in what was it, 1940, whatever it was that they keep arguing, 43, when Israel became a state? So it was actually Palestine before it became Israel? I'm looking on the maps. I'm looking on this one right here. It says Palestine. And I looked at the other one and it said Israel. Same little thing. Okay, so hold on. Okay. Palestine. I know, I'm just quiet. I'm processing something because there's something. Okay, the word Palestine only appears in Joel 3 times, Exodus. Okay, while Palestinia appears in Exodus, Isaiah, referring to a coastal region. Okay, so hold on. I gotta look at my Bible. Okay, so some recognize. Okay, here, hold on. Some recognize, but others, like the U.S. and the U.K., does not recognize. Meaning, recognize it for Palestine. They've been fighting that piece of land forever, right? I know they have. I know that. That's why it's not. This whole thing isn't new. It's not new. But what is okay? I'll tell you what's going on in my mind in just a moment. Is that, see, it don't even help because both groups have been watered down. That's the problem. But okay, that there on the right here. Oh, no, not that. Right here, this picture here on the right. That to me is, okay, this might sound bad, but that to me is what Israel people, what Jesus, what the apostles, what Hebrew, what the Jews, XYZ would look like. Right there. Brown. When you look at Israel today, it's not brown. That's what I'm trying to get at. And so it's somewhat making sense to me why people are like, it's not really Israel. And that guy that was just on, he's like the Zionist and the big business. Okay. Because this is what, when people say, oh, geez, no, Jesus wasn't black. Okay. Jesus wasn't black. Jesus wasn't white either. Jesus was along this right there where the mouse is moving in a circle, that complexion, this complexion, solidarity with Palestine, this guy here in the middle with the poofy hair. That's what Jesus was like. So if this, and then if you look at Israeli people, they're a lot lighter. Okay. I mean, I'm talking about the Israel that, look at that. Okay. And so people are like, yo, it's not Israel. It's not Israel. The Romans kicked the Jewish population out of Palestine. Okay. Look at these guys walking. Look at Netanyahu. That is not. And that's what people look over here. I'm not saying they don't have something in them, but to me, that's like people who say, well, I'm native, and like, you're white. I mean, but just being honest, I'm not native that I know of, but we know what native people look like. But like the people say, well, I have like a fourth in me. Okay, but you've been watered down. You're trying to hold on to this piece that, I don't know. It's just like these kids, this dude, perhaps right here, maybe. And I know it's going to be the same. Like my daughter, she's very translucent. She's like this. But like here, look at these girls here. Now, that could be people here in the U.S., right, who are protesting for. So, I mean, okay, so here, they're even doing the whole suited up stuff. That's not watered down native. So that's where I'm kind of going back to, like, whoa, what's going on? Because if the people of Israel, Palestine, were darker complexion, if settlers came in and changed, right, the complexion would change. There's a lot to think about. Gene pool waters down when you, yes. Well, there are white Muslims too, right? Yes, there are white Muslims. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know what you're American either. So I'm just trying to piece it together. Why, when you're saying, so they're not Muslim. The Palestinians are not. I'd have to ask. I got to ask. But he's saying Islam. That dude is saying, the Brian McGinnis dude is saying Islam. DNA swapping. This dude is saying Islam. Anyway, it's just interesting, but why they're fighting and why we say, no, we don't like Palestine. If they're Muslim, we don't like them. But we like the liberated Iranians now, right? Because Trump's doing it. So we like that. They're Muslim. This guy's Muslim. It's the same thing. Well, yes, there are also Palestinian Christians as well. Yes, there are. There are. I'm telling you guys, there is so much things in regards to all this type of stuff that I don't really think that we fully grasp or have an understanding of, and that's why I like to do it. That's why I want to understand this more. because it's not a political thing. It's not a pro-Trump thing. It's not a Democratic thing. And here's the thing, even with this dude here, if he is trying to claim Islam, and here's my problem with these type of people trying to claim Islam, because these type of people are marching with the left, BLM, all the stupid socialist stuff, and they're okay with like abortion and other stuff that Islam is not okay with. So if he's Islam, right? If he's truly Islam, like he's trying to say he is, then you're against abortion. So why are you doing Democratic? Why are you going Democrat? You're against LGBTQ. Why are you going Democrat? So that's my problem with these type of people who want to do this whole Palestine and I'm Islam, I'm Muslim, because that what do you think is going on over there right now? The radical regime is against they're against X, Y, Z, all this type of stuff, and they kill them because they're against it. Because you're going against our rules, you're going against the law of the land, because the law of the land is our culture and our place is Muslim. In Muslim, no, there's no abortion. If you do abortion, yep, death penalty. If you're LGBTQ, yep, death penalty. And now you're going to be over here trying to claim that you're Muslim while you march around the streets in America for all these rights that people can have that are against the Muslim religion, but you're Muslim. It don't make sense. And that's the weird things about the left, is that they get behind all these different movements and have no understanding of their true cause. None whatsoever. BLM, right? Black Lives Matter. Well, then do the protests that Black Lives Matter used to do. Do the Black Lives Matter in the 60s movement were respectable. 2 police. They sat down, went into diners and sat. This is how we're protesting. We can sit up here at the front of the counter. We can sit at the front of the bus. They didn't fight. They didn't fight. They weren't fighting. They were peaceful. And then after they protest, they actually went to a real church instead of like fake churches that these protesters now go to, where people are nose ring. The pastor has a nose ring. She's a woman up there with the nose ring. Really? No. So it's just a lot of stuff. Your spirit of discernment must be strong right now, I think, because it's easy to be manipulated if you're weak. Yeah, it is. It's just on high alert. I'm just there's a lot to this stuff. And then when my friend hit me with this thing the other day about how what's going on could possibly be a self-fulfillment of prophecy, that even hit me harder because of the great falling away, the deception. And I've always thought that people are going to try to move things around to make, or let me say, to usher in the return of Christ, because people desperately want that. And so if you know the Bible and if you're in positions of power, do you not think that you could probably help push this along? Because you got to remember, the Muslims are looking for their king to return. The Jews are looking for a king to return. Someone's looking for a third temple to be rebuilt. Let's get the show on the road. Let's make this thing happen. That'd be a self-fulfilled prophecy. You're doing it on your timing because you're going ahead and you're trying to create this atmosphere in order for this to happen, which then could possibly cause a great falling away. Again, going back to what the scripture said earlier, all these things must happen, but the end is not here. Yeah, so yeah, I'm all in 200%. Promise you. It's like, did you know Democratic Talerco from Texas stated there are multiple genders and God is non-binary? Yeah. Now that's some ish. Yes, I know they done said that. Thank you, DK, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I know. It's like what they were doing back in DC when was it? Last year, 2 years ago, whenever 3 years ago, when they were praying to a she, like God could be a she. And I'm sure, and they twist that type of stuff because they say, well, God is everything. So if God's everything, God could be a she. It's just weird stuff. So weird. And yes, so this is my area of passion. I don't get passionate about Trump, you guys. I don't get passionate about ICE. I don't get passionate about Kamala. I don't get passionate about Biden. I don't get passionate about MAGA. Is all of it enjoyable? Yeah, but all of it is because I see the bigger picture. That's why it's all enjoyable to me. Because like, yo, there's stuff going on. Right. Muslims went to Armageddon, and that's what I'm trying to say. And again, and to be fair, Israel is wanting Armageddon. You have the Dome of the Rock in Israel, where Muslims and Jews are coming there. No one's going to touch it until someone has the guts to touch it, possibly, or however it happens. Or maybe they don't touch it and someone's just like, yo, I'm going to start building this temple. And sometimes, honestly, with the talk that Trump has, honestly, about gold and having assets in that area over there, I'm like, okay, why? Like, and then on top of that, they're fixing up all these places overseas. Qatar is becoming a beautiful place, Dubai and all these places. I'm like, and it's a big boom in this stuff. Like, no, none of us was thinking about going to Qatar back in 2005. It's probably like a flatland desert. Now it's this beautiful oasis where people want to go, in the nightlife in Riyadh. I mean, they're playing Riyadh as like a tourist destination on American TV. Let's go to Riyadh. Doom, 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 doom. Right? I mean, I know the whole jingle. They're owning our sports. The sports are all over there now. Football, basketball. Like, it's just weird. It's so weird. Iran was beautiful too. Big strike in Beirut. Probably missed it. I'm over here ranting. I don't see it. Let me go back a little bit. It's probably just not on this camera. Because I'm watching the Beirut. So not seeing it on the camera. But anyway, that's my little rant. I'll be done. I'm sorry, guys. It's my thing. That's why I said the Bible studies on here are going to be lit. They're going to be lit. It ain't going to be like, it's not going to be like little apple juice, and they're going to be it. Here, I said I was going to take a break. Isn't it supposed to be 40 years of apocalypse? No, not 40. They say it's like, oh, there it is. You know what happened? It did just happen. Let me show you guys. All right. Should be coming up here in a few. Oh, you cause great debate in my house. That's what I do. I like conflict like this, debating like this. I do. Sorry. Hope there's still peace in the house. We haven't had 1,000 years of peace yet. Some people think we are. I mean, some people do think that we're in a millennial. I forget what they're called. People who believe that. They believe that Jesus already did come back to gather the saints. All right, wait for it. The Bible studies are going to be on the membership. I'll play a devotion by. So I have a home church here, but Portland where I came from. So I kind of like to say I have two pastors. You're really only supposed to say you have one because you get released and go to another place, but I still hold on to a pastor in Portland, very close. It's actually in Sandy, Oregon. So that must be the drone. The drone is what live stream from Portland. You watched the live stream from Portland. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Why every time after airstrike there goes into gunfire? How? Why? Where? Every time. Gunfire. Every time. How? Where you what? I did notice the flash of light. I think I did. And I have a feeling that these people who are doing this for the Associated Press know. There'll be another one. Yeah, I'd be pissed if I was getting bombed. Dan, yes, I would be pissed. But don't worry, I wouldn't call it war. Yes, yes. Can you play right before that bomb dropped? Hold on. All right, pay attention. Yeah. Hear that?
How to find the right car for you.
What?
Go to cars.com. Look at the car you like.
Come on.
Ciao. Find your next possibility on cars.com.
Okay.
Really?
It begins with a spark.
We're probably taking it down. That's what also happened too, by the way, you guys. They're taking that, like when they're like that visible, they're taking them down. That is so crazy. Like right there in the middle. Beep. Wow. I didn't see no light before. I think it's like a light, our brain. So a few blocks from this the other day, there was a bunch of buildings being hit too, and that's the stuff that got taken down on my channel or clipped out. I had to remove it. That is so crazy. I'll probably have to remove that too. You can't see them drop. You cannot. No. It could have been a controlled. I don't know. Was that? That was a different sort of. I'll say this. That was a different sort of thing than what I have seen. As far as the missile strikes, because the missile strikes, they've looked a lot different. Yeah, I was just now we were watching this stuff and I was talking and it happened. So I had to flip over here and backtrack it. So it's probably within the past 7 minutes, AO. But it's fairly recent. I'm caught back up now live, so you can still see the after effect, all the smoke. That was nuts. That was nuts. And nope, yeah, just all right. Trump is doing. Trump is doing his thing. I want to flip over that. I'll keep this up and be paying attention. So Trump, what is it? Trump hosts Lionel Messi, like I said, MLS Cup, so soccer thing at the White House, I guess, maybe Mar-a-Lago, probably White House though. I'll flip over to that. Turn it down. That's probably loud. It could have been a sleeper cell. Yeah, I guess it could have been a sleeper cell, but that was a and that bomb was big. I want to go back and look at how far back, BK, how far back? How far back before the bomb hit do you think that light was? Was the flash and then the big bomb? Okay, I'm going to look at it. Say like 6 something. It's probably moved since that. Yeah, it's like 15 minutes ago, so it's longer than 6:10 or minus 6:10, 6:09. How many seconds between the light and the bomb? How about that? Hey, funky, funky. Funky, funky. I don't know if it's music. Wait, I better mute it. I better mute this. It's gonna be too late though. Markets closed with some dips. Dip, baby, dip. How many seconds between the white flash and the bomb? It is nice music, but I don't. If it's actually people playing, I could play it. But if it's like a track or CD or something, I get in trouble for playing it. Oh, it's a pink one and Trump 47. Bum, 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 bum. I'm trying to see where this flash is at. I'll go on mine. I'll go on mine and look at it. That was a big kaboom. That wasn't a pew pew either. That wasn't like a little pew pew. All right, while we're waiting, you guys. If there's anybody in the chat or watching who doesn't chat, please subscribe, like, and share. Please do that. Even if you're not chatting, you're just watching, please like the channel, please subscribe and share it out. If you'd like to become a member, got membership finally up, available, so you can check it out if you'd like. Become a member. Super chats are open. Donation links are pinned on YouTube and Facebook. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, Buy Me a Coffee. Everything is the BC Preacher. It definitely helps. It helps for going places, getting places to report, record, stream, interview, stuff like that. That's what it's used for, is being boots on the ground. Possibly going to what's wrong with her lip? Don't meme it, you guys. Do not meme that. Okay. Do not clip that and meme that. Possibly thinking about going to CPAC at the end of the month, Dallas, Texas. $11.09. What's $11.09? Oh, that's where it's at. Okay, let me see. $11.09. Thank you. Is that what you're saying? Yep, I think no. The white light right before it. Okay. She was chewing on her okay, I'm watching on my phone. All these are commercials. I gotta try to figure out something about that. She's from Oregon. Like that was just in the gray suit. Portland area. I didn't see no white. The only thing I saw was like a glitch. Like the camera had like a glitch in it. Was kind of like white. But I didn't see no like a white flash or anything like that. Take a picture. Take a picture of it and send it to me. Like if you can pause it. Yeah, she's from Portland. Funky. Can't play sound yet. Yeah, I don't think that's a band playing. I think that's actually like on a CD. And if it is a band, they're nice. Little jazz band, very nice. Bible studies are going to be on the membership. Come on, Trump. He's always late, isn't he? It's 1:10. I run late too. Right after I said Portland. I don't see it on mine. Hmm. I'm gonna have to chop that one up. I missed it. Yeah, chop that one up. What is her name? I gotta find out her name now. That's gonna get me. I gotta find her name. Um, what is her name? I think yes, it's really quick. It's very quick. He said it must be a drone and then flash. It's quick. Yes. I saw the flash before all the sparks. I didn't see no white light. Like I haven't yeah, I wasn't able to see white light. Congress. Senators. Why am I not seeing her? There she is. Okay, so she's she's a Republican, obviously. Duh. Um, Lori Chavez. That's who it is. Yep, Lori Chavez. So you guys can look her up if you want. That's who's standing right up there. I'll put it in the chat. I think we met once or twice. Yeah, the only white thing I was seeing was the camera glitch, and that was on their end. And I think the guy with the glasses too, standing up. I think he's Portland or Salem area, Salem, Oregon. All right, here we go. Right? No? Bondi doing? Let's see if that's him. No, that's not him. Wait, Matt, 'cause me and him talked before. The guy up there with the glasses. If it's who I think it is. This is the first time in days that Elizabeth has sat down to watch anything of any length of time. Well, I'm glad you're relaxing and sitting down. And I'm glad you're watching me while you're doing that. Thank you. Now, run up there. Well, you're on Facebook, but I was going to say run up there on YouTube and hit that membership button. Huge blackout in Cuba. Did the lunatics bomb there too? I don't know. I don't have anything else on right now except what's on the screen, and I'm trying to look for. Okay, yes, Kamala, is this guy here with the glasses? Is he one of our folks from Oregon? I think he is. I know Lori down here, right here, the brown hair. Oh, my mouse isn't on the screen. Come on, the lady down here, Lori Chavez. She's one of our senators in Oregon, but I'm trying to see if this guy, he looks familiar. I mean, it could just be from TV, but the guy with the glasses? Okay. That's probably why I'm like, yeah, he looks familiar. Or however you spell it. Yeah, you're like me. Yeah, it's something like that. Bassett. I don't know. That's no, the guy right there that they're zooming in on the left, pinstripe suit with the glasses. Isn't he one of ours, Bill? Hung around Unita? Or she knew him at least. She didn't really hang around. No, it's not Alex. Alex is a baseball player, duh. I have it turned down because the music, and I don't know. Like I said, you guys, I do not know if it is. I don't think that's a band playing. I mean, but it is Trump, right? So he could, but I don't think so. Oh, little Rubio turned into Big Rubio. The Blondies. The Blondies. That's. I don't have nothing against blondes. I'm just saying it's a highlight in DC, especially in the Trump administration. It's the Blondies. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, it's not Portland. Yep. Treasury chief. Good call, DK. Good call. Wow, you're on it. You want to come take over my show? Look, Blondies. My grandmother used to say, or my mother used to say, watch hemlines. If the economy is doing well, skirts get longer. Right on. I know. I thought it was. I still thought it was Obama. Blonde is a logical color for gray hair. Really? All right. So then what's the logical color for brown hair? Or what would brown hair turn into then? So you're saying that because blonde is white hair? I mean, you look at Trump. Okay, guys, let's be real. Let's be real. People used to make fun of Trump, right? For the toupee. Right? They used to make fun of Trump for the toupee. Silver beauties. Yes, silver beauties. I like the silver. Yes, I like that. So, how does Trump still have blonde hair at 80 years old? Can someone please help me? Help me out here. How does Trump still have blonde hair at 80 years old? Is it fake news? Trump has cow links? What? What is cow links? Cowlicks. What's cowlicks? What is cow? What? Oh, cow. Okay. The dye. I think it's dye. I think it's dye. I think it magical hair dye. Dye is magical. I don't know. I don't use it. I never had to use it's either black hair. I'm just going to go gray or keep it bald. I don't think I've ever dyed my hair. I like the black hair. The brown black hair. I was less than 45 feet. You never heard of those? No. Nope. Cowlick. When your hair grows in a weird direction. Well, I know you don't everybody have like that thing at kind of like one spot in your hair where it grows different. Yeah. My sons have that when they start to grow their hair, right? Like the little circle when it's like going one way or the other. Cowlick. Okay, yeah, yes. But once it gets out a little bit, you can't even notice it. Well, that's for my boys. Oh, because the hair stands up. Like what? It's a cowlick because the hair stands up like cow licked it. You guys. I bet some of you guys are just mean, aren't you? Some of you guys are just mean. I can tell. Huh? Just feisty. Every gray shows in the dark because it's white, right? Yeah. We are all former dairy farmers. All right. It's like cow licked a big swirl. All right, come on, Trump. Goodness, Trump, you got the players there, everybody sitting in their nice suits, the military's there, playing all this nice music. Come on, Trump. Mr. President. Mr. President, come on. 1:26. You were supposed to be there at 1 o'clock. Who are you talking to? The Ayatollah or what? What's going on? Everybody's on their phones, on Twitter. That's the Moving News Network. Twitter. Moving News. Ooh, that'd be a good name for a news company. Don't take it, Mr. Bill. Do not take my name. moving news. Because the news is always moving nonstop. Why is that also why? So she has to highlight her hair because see, the blonde thing is just like it, right? Is that what it is? So she's like brown, but we gotta put the blonde in to make it. She looks like what's her face from CNN, kind of. Caitlin, that's always battling at the press briefings, battling Carolina. He's never fashionably late. He's just late. Yes. Well, he's kind of fashionably late because he comes in with all he comes in with his Secret Service and stuff. So kind of fashion, smooth. Wow. Don't dye your hair. So are blondes more troublemakers than the gingers and the redheads? There's a good question. Yeah, I thought that was a CNN chick. Yeah, Kathleen is it? No, Caitlin, right? Caitlin. Don't be talking about blondes. I mean blondes. Excuse me. Maybe he's waiting for YMCA. Yeah, he could be. He actually hit the cue, boys. Boom, 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 boom. It's fun to stay at the die is bad. Hey, at least we got a couple men in here that I like you, John. You're good. Ginger's biggest troublemakers. Really? I don't like troublemakers. Well, I guess the word troublemaker is so diverse nowadays. Just depends how you use it. I tell my husband he would be blonde if he were. That's mean. I shouldn't even be laughing. Don't abuse your husband like that. I'm not going to laugh at that. You want me to laugh at that? Don't abuse your husband by saying something like that. Don't they say that that's what do they call it nowadays? What's one of the liberals? Verbal abuse. Don't verbal abuse your husband like that. Blonde hair and brown eyebrows is a strange look. Yes. He needs your eyes. He laughs. Why does he need my eyes? We are dating again. Oh my goodness gracious. How funny. But I can be feisty. Like, zoom into the blonde. Zoom into the blonde. Look at it. Oh, go to the next one. And then sometimes, I'm not going to lie. Never mind. I'm not going to say that. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, no. What are you? Oh, man. Don't look, you guys. Do not look. Everybody's tempted to look. Everybody's tempted to look at the phone. Everybody who's watching this is tempted to look at the phone that this guy, probably, just zoomed in. Was that Bondi's phone? Oh no. Ooh, I'm going to clip that. And when I do clip it, that comment is going to be on the screen for more people to see. I got to clip that. What 446? I got to clip that. I'm clipping it. I want to. It's okay if I'm a snitch. If it is okay if I'm a snitch, I'm going to snitch it out. I promise you, I'm going to snitch it out all the way. Reporter looking at Pam Bondi's phone while, yes. AG reporter spying on Pam Bondi's phone while at the White House. Doing it all day. Got to dance before anyone breaks a hip and step out live or live our next greatest decade. Mean to him makes me be. He doesn't make you be mean. Stop it. You're mean. Do you like him? Do you like him? All right, let's go. Let's watch this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, accompanied by Jorge Moss, owner of the Inter Miami CF, and Lionel Messi.
That's great. It's great to be here. Champions. We like champions. We like winners. And we got a lot of them here today. Too many to introduce. A lot of them are political champions, and we don't care about them today, right? Right, Duffy? But we have, most importantly, wonderful people that love our country. And before we begin, I think I will say a few words about what's going on with respect to our operation in the country of Iran. The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule and at levels that people have never seen before, actually. We're destroying more of Iran's missiles and drone capability every single hour, knocking them out like nobody thought was possible. As soon as they set off a missile, within 4 minutes, the launcher gets hit. They don't know what's happening. But we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. Their Navy is gone. 24 ships in 3 days. That's a lot of ships. Their anti-aircraft weapons are gone. So they have no air force. They have no air defense. All of their airplanes are gone. Their communications are gone.
Missiles are gone, launches are gone, about 60% and 64% respectively. Other than that, they're doing quite well. I said, what's left? But they're tough and they want to fight. And they're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late. And we want to fight now more than they do. We've had 47 years, depending on the way you count it, but 47 years of horror with this group. And, when you see somebody walking down the street without their legs, without the arms, whose face is so badly affected and hurt, it mostly came from 95% Soleimani and Iran. And we, other presidents, lived with it. I didn't live with it. And so our people are doing a great job. Again, the greatest military anyone's seen. Thank you. Thank you very much. And yesterday, my administration announced decisive action to help keep down the oil prices, including offering political risk insurance for tankers transiting into the Gulf, as you know, pretty dangerous territory. Further action to reduce pressure on oil is imminent, and the oil seems to have pretty much stabilized. We had it very low, but I had to take this little detour if it's okay with everybody. Scott, it's okay with you? Scott's the one who has to put up with it. He said, you have to do this now? I said, I have to do it, Scott, right? But it's been very strong, and everybody, including Scott, everybody feels we had really no choice. They were gonna hit us if we didn't hit them, because they're crazy. And in the long term, the actions we're taking will dramatically increase the stability of the region and oil prices and stock markets and everything else. We set the all-time record in history with the Dow going to 50,000. So Dow is at 50,000. It was supposed to be maybe, if we were lucky, within by the end of my presidency in 4 years. And we did it in my first year. We did the S&P 500. We did that in a period of less than a year. And that was even tougher than the Dow, they said, so it wasn't going to happen. But we have a great country. We have a country that's never done this well. We've had tremendous success in so many different ways. I built the military and rebuilt it in my first term, and we're using it more than I'd like to use it, to be honest with you. But when we used it, we found out it certainly did work. When we look at Venezuela, when we look at the first attack, Midnight Hammer in Iran, which we set the stage doing right now, it's been pretty amazing. And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police, to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see, they don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential, is much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future. And the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others that weren't really involved very much. And they had missiles aimed, well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. We blew up their party. So we have phenomenal people. I want to thank all of the people that have been involved. Marco, you've been doing a fantastic job. And you've been doing a fantastic job on a place called Cuba. Right? And A-Rod came in before. I said, hey, do you want to come up to a little award? He's gone to plenty of award ceremonies. Thank you, A-Rod. Big fan. But what's happening with Cuba is amazing. And we think that we want to finish this one first, but that will be just a question of time before you and a lot of unbelievable people are going to be going back to Cuba. Hopefully not to stay. We want you back, and we don't want to lose you. We don't want to make it so nice that they stay. But some people probably do want to stay. They love Cuba so much. I hear it all the time. That was another one that wasn't supposed to happen. Venezuela is going great. It's been stabilized. We have a wonderful person as your president-elect, Delcy Rodriguez, and she and her staff have been doing a fantastic job working with us. We're taking out hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, and it's going to Houston and various other places where
The path to a college degree is more affordable than you think. With Sophia Learning, you can take real college-level courses that are designed to transfer fully online for just $99 a month. Start your free trial, no credit card required. Sophia Learning, built for you.
And it's my distinct privilege to say what no American president has ever had the chance to say before. Welcome to the White House, Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi is, my son said, Dad, you know who's going to be there today? I said, no, I got a lot of things going on. He said, Messi. I said, really? He's a big fan. He's a big fan of yours. He thinks you're just a great person. And I think you got to meet a little while. So he's a big soccer fan, but he's a tremendous fan of yours. And a gentleman named Ronaldo. We have Cristiano is great. You're great to boy. Some big champions, some great athletes in that sport, and people that really love what they're doing, and they're doing it well. And it's an honor for us and everybody at the White House to be honoring you today. So congratulations as well to co-owners Jorge and Jose Mas. Who came from Cuba, right? Originally from Cuba? Huh? Your parents came? And you're going to go back, huh? Yeah. It's going to be, and you won't need my approval. You just fly back in when I can just see that. It's going to be a great day, right? We're going to celebrate that separately. I just want to wait a couple of weeks. I wanted to wait a couple of weeks, but we'll be together again soon, I suspect, celebrating what's going on in Cuba. They want to make a deal so badly, you have no idea. As well as head coach, who I hear is a phenomenal coach, Javier Mascherano. Where's the coach? I've heard he's a great coach. Well, anybody who wins is a good coach in my book, but I heard you're a hell of a coach. And all of the tremendous players that are just amazing. We're also grateful to be joined by the MLS Commissioner, Don Garber. Don, wherever you're, Don. Stand up, Don. Good job. Good job. As well as proud Miami sports fan, Secretary of State. I'm telling you, he's going to go down as the best Secretary of State in the country's history, Marco Rubio. I don't want him to get too popular. It's true. I don't want them to get too popular. You know, when they get too popular, all of a sudden you see, where's Marco? He's not around anymore. I don't see him. He's doing some job, and your next one is going to be, we want to do that special Cuba. He's waiting, but he says, let's get this one finished first. We could do them all at the same time, but bad things happen. If you watch countries over the years, you do them all too fast, bad things happen. We're not going to let anything bad happen to this country. Also with us are Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's a terrific person and fan. And she's proving how tough she is, and I think the next 3 years she's going to really prove it, right? Huh? Like these people. Secretary Scott Bessent, Lori Chavez DeRima, and Sean Duffy. Thank you, everybody. What a great team. And U.S. Trade Representative, who's done incredible deals, unbelievable, Jamieson Greer. Thank you, Jamieson Greer. And our country has never been bigger, better, richer, or stronger, and the deals we're making are unbelievable. And a lot of it's because of the tariffs, and a lot of it's because of everything else. We had a complicating factor with tariffs the other day with the Supreme Court. They did the wrong thing, but it didn't make any difference because we have another way of doing it. They always have to make it the hard way. Do you know about that? You always have to. Is it like that? It's always got to be the difficult way, right? Little bit. Huh? Makes you work harder, right? But we're doing great. Our country is doing incredibly well. It's never done like this. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia. He said, a year and a half ago, we thought your country was dead, would never come back. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, which was sort of cool. I'll relate that story. But many, many leaders say the same thing. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. 2025 was the record-shattering season for Inter Miami beginning last summer at the historic FIFA Club World Cup, hosted for the first time right here in the USA. So exciting. I shouldn't say this because you'll say I'm old, but I watched Pelé play. He played for the Cosmos. You know that? And Steve Ross was a great friend. I don't know how many people remember Steve. He was a legendary businessman. He really started cable TV. He was way ahead of time and ultimately passed away tragically. But he started the Cosmos team and he wanted to get some good players. So he started with Pelé. I don't know. You may be better than Pelé. Pelé was pretty good. Who's better, him or Pelé?
Merci.
I think he is. But he was pretty good, right? Pelé was pretty good. But it was very exciting. And I went to the games. I'd go every once in a while, but soccer just didn't catch on. And then when Steve got ill, it sort of went away. And then it came back. And now it's just turning out to be amazing how it's coming back in this country. But the Cosmos were a very hot team, playing with other teams that weren't so good. But I got to watch Pelé play, and he was something too. In the June group stage of that tournament, these players went toe-to-toe with some of the best teams anywhere in the world. You tied Egypt's best club, supposed to be an unbelievable, talented club, with a gutsy performance from veteran goalie Oscar Ostari, who played a great game. Then you tied the top Brazilian club, wow, thanks to a brilliant goal from one of the greatest of all time, Luis Suarez. Was he? Where is Luis? These are good-looking people. Marco, I don't like good-looking men. You don't feel so good about yourself standing up here. Good-looking people. In the 65th minute, Louis gathered the ball around midfield and turned for a vintage solo run, dribbling through the defense, driving past defenders like few people have ever seen before, cutting to his left, hammering home a goal that secured Miami's place in the next round. But no match in the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup was more important than the match against FC Porto. Porto took an early lead, but you came back strong in the 54th minute, tied 1-1. Leo lined up for one of his iconic free kicks. He struck the ball decisively, bending it over the wall and beating the keeper with a sensational left hook. Would I be able to do that if I practiced? He said, no, I think he's right, my friend. Great. In that moment, you sealed a truly historic Inter-Miami victory, becoming the first club from North America ever to beat a European club in official competition. Unbelievable. Amazing. You know, I have to just interject. So over the years, I love sports, and I've watched my friend A-Rod. With George Steinbrenner, I'd sit in his box, just the two of us. He would never have anybody but me. He liked me, right? He liked me, and he liked you. He liked almost nobody. It would be a World Series when baseball was hot. It's not as hot now, I'll be honest with you. They do things wrong. But when baseball was hot as a pistol with George, and I'd sit and I'd watch the Yankees, and he'd have 30 seats, and it would just be me and him. And I said to A-Rod, would say, what was the most difficult thing you've ever done? I said, it's probably sitting for 3 hours with George Steinbrenner watching a Yankee playoff game or World Series game. You know what I mean by that. He was a difficult guy, but he was great, right? He liked me, I liked him, and we both liked nobody else. And that was a good combination. But I have to say this. So I've seen a lot of great players come into the world of sports, and they came in from all different countries, all different players. They've come, in some cases, just from different states. They come to the Yankees, or they come to the Dodgers, or they come to whatever. But I've seen them come in from other countries, and there's such a clamor. Oh, so great, everything's great, but they don't win. This guy won. He came in, there was tremendous fanfare, and he won. You know, right? But it's true, they don't win. They come in and, you know, they're great players, and they can even play okay, but they don't win. And Leo, you came in and you won, and that's something very hard to do, very unusual. And frankly, there's a lot more pressure put on you than anyone would know, because, you know, you're sort of expected to win, but almost nobody wins. They come in, they're great, they're the best in the world, they get paid a fortune. You came in and you won with all that pressure. That's an amazing tribute, so congratulations. Right? But in that moment, you sealed a truly historic Inter-Miami victory. And think of that, first club ever, North America, to top the so-called European clubs. Pretty amazing thing to do. Returning to the MLS, Inter-Miami built on that incredible momentum, playing a record number of games and scoring a total of 101 goals, the most in MLS history. Is that correct, Mr. Commissioner? Well, that's pretty good. How's Andrew? Is Andrew treating you okay? He's a good golfer, too, actually. People don't know it. He's a very good golfer, right, Andrew? But Trump's a good golfer, too, Andrew. Thank you. With 29 goals in the regular season alone, Leo won the prize Golden Boot, becoming the first player to be named the league MVP twice in a row. Amazing, you know, comes in, a lot of great players. Pretty amazing thing to do, very hard to do. Exploding into the playoffs, this team racked up a series of statement wins, big wins, that frankly, wins that a lot of people didn't think they could do. You secured a 3-1 must-win victory over Nashville SC. You thrashed FC Cincinnati 4-0 on the road. And then you routed New York City FC 5-1, led by a hat trick from young star Tadeo Allende. Where is Tadeo? Yes, what a group of people. We could have a lot of fun with these guys. You can imagine when they win how they celebrate. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it. In that MLS Cup final against the Vancouver Whitecaps, the entire team played together as one flawless unit, just flawless, they say. After Vancouver tied the game 1-1, Leo picked the pocket of a white-cap defender and sent a pass to the great Rodrigo De Paul. Where the hell is Rodrigo? Do you have any bad-looking players? You know, I like the bad-looking guys much better. Who stuck a low driving shot into the side net, taking the lead, and then in the 6th extra minute of stoppage time, Tadeo drove home your third and final goal, making the score 3-1 and securing your status as the first champions in club history. What an amazing accomplishment. Coach Mascherano became one of the few head coaches to win the MLS Cup finals in his very first year. And Leo claimed the 47th trophy of his storied career. 47th, can you imagine that? The most of all time. That's the most of all time. So Leo is the reigning FIFA World Cup MVP. You could have gone anywhere in the world. You could have chosen any team in the world, and you chose to go to Miami. I don't blame you. The weather's extremely good. Do you go to Doral? You go to Doral and play golf? And I just want to thank you for bringing us all in this ride, because you are hot and talented and a great person. I look forward to seeing many of you on the summer. We're going to be out there in the summer in 2026 FIFA World Cup. And we have a lot of interesting things, because we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics, so we have the 250. You know, and I was responsible for getting the Olympics in my first term, and I was responsible for getting with Johnny. We got the World Cup, and Johnny's a good man. Do we like Johnny? I think so, right? Like you say, yeah, I think so. He's a good guy, but you know, they're setting records on the World Cup, setting absolute total. I guess many of you guys are going to be in it, but setting records on ticket sales, right? Numbers that, I mean, literally double what anyone's ever done before. So it's good. So they picked the right. But I thought that I didn't know that I'd be the president during this, because the election was rigged and stolen, and I had to do it all again. And then I said, hey, wait a minute. I just got soccer/football, and I just got the Olympics. So we got most important. I took credit for those two. Then I tried to take credit for 250 years, and it didn't play well at all with the press. But we're going to have an amazing year. But I just want to thank you so much, Horace, for the job you've done. I've known you for a while, and I've known of you for a long period of time. You are a spectacular man. And please say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. To all these distinguished guests, secretaries, so many friends and supporters. On behalf of myself, my wife Aleida, my brother Jose, and his wife Patty, and my whole family who is here today, with David Beckham, I want to express to you what an extreme honor and privilege it is to be in the People's House, led by you, celebrating in the presence of champions, winners all. Because this championship was very, very well deserved, greatly played, and you're looking at one of the best teams on the face of the earth standing behind us. And this all became possible because we dared to dream. 7 years ago, Inter Miami was nothing but an idea and a dream. I remember after talking to Commissioner Garber and being awarded a team, we sat in the conference room of our family business in Miami and just seeking freedom in this great country. It has driven us to excellence. And we thought, what can we do to make a difference? What can we do that's special? And at that time, I told myself what many people thought impossible. I said, we are going to bring the world's greatest player to play at Inter Miami. And that was in 2019. And today, standing before you, you have the world's greatest player here to my right. Over the course of the last 2.5 years that he has been here, we've been on an epic run of records, of trophies, of winning. Because what I've wanted to establish with Inter Miami is a winning culture. that it be a reflection of our community of South Florida and Miami, made up of winners, of hardworking men and women, and I want our team to be an embodiment of our fan base and everyone who aspires to a better future and to a better life. On the back of our jersey, Mr. President, it says freedom to dream, because that's our family moniker and what embodies our team and our aspirations. But that all began many, many years before at the dinner table of our family with my late father, Jorge Mascanosa, and my mother, Irma, who is here today. And I speak now in tribute to our parents' generation. And I share that with Secretary Marco Rubio, of men and women who fled communism, who fled tyranny, who wanted a better life for their boys and their daughters and their sons in the future. And at that table was instilled in us that if you work hard and you sacrifice and you dream, it can be possible. And today, standing before you, Inter Miami is one of the world's biggest clubs, most based on history, but our history has been short. But having a winning culture, having the best-selling jersey on the face of the earth, making a global difference, and not only because of Lionel Messi, but these men standing behind you have changed the culture of football in the United States of America forever. We can play with the big boys. We can be heavyweights. Our league can be one of the top leagues in the world. And it is this ability to dream, to persevere, to have no obstacles ahead of us that we will continue to be successful. And hopefully, Mr. President, this is not our only visit here celebrating an MLS Cup championship. But this team is an embodiment of that. And I want to thank you to be able to express this to you, to so many dear friends, loved ones, and global fans all over the world. We fill stadiums everywhere. We're playing this weekend against DC United at the Raven Stadium in Baltimore, because we'll have a sellout there. We sell out everywhere we go. We open the season in the LA Coliseum with a record crowd. But it is our aspiration to continue breaking barriers, to putting no limits, to making sure that Major League Soccer and Inter Miami over the course of the next few years is considered with the elite of global football. So with that said, Mr. President, thank you. Thanking you for sharing this championship with us, that we can share it with our families in the people's house and we can share it with the world. Thank you. And now we have some gifts we'd like to present to you.
Thank you.
Mr. President says USA 250 on the front, which we have on our jersey. And this is Trump 47. Lionel Messi's number 10 is the best-selling jersey in the world. Made, which hopefully will have a rightful place in the Oval Office, in dedication of you, dedicated for our championship. That's for you, Mr. President. Thank you. And then, most importantly, this is a very, very special limited edition Inter Miami pink Tudor watch. It's etched on the back with your name in a tribute to you, and special because time is a precious element. Time has a lot of meaning, I think, to all of us. And we wanted to gift you that. And also we have an additional gift, which is another jersey for very luscious Chief of Staff. So we do have her jersey somewhere. It's number 32. But thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And I want to just invite the team to the Oval Office, very, very special place. It's sort of the center of the world, especially now, but always. It's the center of the world. We have a little present for you there. If you'd like to come, you could just follow me on down there, okay? You see the Oval, and you'll have some fun. Thank you all very much.
Why Markwayne Mullin?
Is going down. New member Panther. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Panther. Appreciate the membership. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Came here to learn. Stayed for the festivities. What festivities? What festivities? I'm not teaching nothing. The teaching will be on members only. That's where the teaching will be. That's where the teachings will be. The teachings of Christ will be on members. You can sign up if you'd like, or if you're here for the first time, stay around, check out the channel, but make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. And then if you want to become a member, you can. And the donations are pinned on YouTube and Facebook. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, Buy Me a Coffee, Give, Send, Go. Everything is the BC Preacher, or you can do super chats if you'd so like. So Pete Hegseth is doing a press conference right now. And of course, the House, that got moved. Let's check on Pete. How about that? Let's check on Pete. He's been very popular recently.
Which means our timeline.
What's he doing different?
And ours alone to control.
What's he doing?
As long as it takes to ensure the United States of America achieves these objectives. And as we
Is he a repeat?
And as we flow more capabilities, and as our munitions, as we're flying over the
Hold
top,
on.
have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by.
No, I think that's from yesterday. No, it's live. Okay, so he's. It just started. Secretary of War and CENTCOM commander conduct a press conference at U.S. Central Command. All right. We'll go to it. It's just getting started. Probably, let's see. About how long ago? How long ago? Like 5 minutes ago. So we're not that late. Good. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. See what they're talking about, huh? Huh? We'll see what they're talking about. What are you meaning? Fence lizard? What are you meaning? You came here for the festivities. Came here to learn. How do you know about learning? How do you know I was teaching anything? So Trump, when he started off doing that, when he started off saying this, he was talking about how the basically Iranian planes are down, they have nothing left, all their ships are sunk. But he said there's still like more to do because they're putting up a fight. How would they be putting up a fight if everything is down? Just curious. I do too. I always learn something as well. Yes, I do have the same shirts. At the same time, I haven't been doing nothing. I've been staying in the house, but I do have several shirts, but I've been wearing this one for like 2 days. I had a hoodie on. Like I said, I'm not going nowhere. I changed last night. It's kind of like my lounge clothes, to be honest with you. So for right now, I'm kind of hemmed up. You can't tell. The ice pack has like things on them. Yeah. Yep. All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. What's this one about? Let's see.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm honored to stand right here today alongside one of America's finest, Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of U.S. Central Command. We just had a chance to spend a couple of hours together, better part of 2 hours, going through the entirety of this Operation Epic Fury. And Admiral, I want to thank you for everything you do and your incredible leadership, for your dynamic thinking, the way you're attacking this problem set on every level. In just days of Operation Epic Fury, you and your team have delivered nothing short of devastating, precise, strikes, taking out the better part of Iran's navy, making it combat ineffective, neutralizing missile sites and launchers, and establishing total dominance over the skies we fly over and seas we fly over. Our forces are executing with unmatched skill, and the mission is advancing decisively. This is the kind of no-nonsense, results-driven warfighting that America demands. And you're delivering it in spades. You are the man for this moment. Admiral Cooper, on behalf of the President, the Department of War, and every American watching, I want to thank you for the outstanding job you and CENTCOM are doing. Keep pressing the fight, and we are with you all the way. A few thoughts before I hand it over to the Admiral for an update. Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran. You see, there's no shortage of American will here. We remember and honor our fallen, those 6 that we will soon welcome at Dover, who gave everything for their country in this mission. We remember them. But we remember them by rededicating ourselves even more fervently to this mission. Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase. We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases. Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight and fight decisively. Having a chance to hear from Admiral Cooper. If you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that's still flowing, that's still coming, that will be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities and those of the Israeli Defense Forces. And we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the President and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, as are those of our Israeli partners. Our munitions are full up, and our will is ironclad, which means our timeline is ours and ours alone to control, as it takes to ensure the United States of America achieves these objectives. And as we flow more forces, and as we flow more capabilities, and as our munitions, as we're flying over the top, have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by the commander on the ground. Our ear is to the ground to listen to Admiral Cooper. What he needs and what he needs, he will get. We are built for this fight, and we are in it to win it. And we have the right commander in the lead. So I'll now hand it over to Admiral Brad Cooper to give you an update right here from CENTCOM. Admiral.
Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much and good afternoon and welcome to U.S. Central Command Headquarters, America's Warfighting Headquarters. It's great to be here alongside the Secretary and representing the more than 50,000 men and women in uniform currently executing Operation Epic Fury. So, Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much for your leadership and support and the very clear vision and objectives that you've given us to allow us to use overwhelming force against the Iranian terrorist regime. And thanks to all of you for attending today and welcome to Tampa. We are now starting our 6th day of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans. We are, if I could channel my inner Navy officer, we are at full speed ahead in executing orders given by leadership in Washington. The President and Secretary Hegseth have been crystal clear in their expectations, and we are at a high level of execution. As described by the Secretary and earlier this week by me, U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines. Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command, which degrades their ability to threaten Americans. Then, if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the president say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And as we speak, it's on fire. The president gave us another task: to raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. So we're not just hitting what they have, we're destroying their ability to rebuild. And so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress. This is going to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the secretary said, and we are absolutely ready to prosecute this mission decisively. Our combined joint forces, they destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder, shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the region, in many cases, providing the most integrated air defense network in Middle East history. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders. And if I can just conclude by saying a strong salute to the brave men and women who are out on the pointy edge of this, really doing exceptional work. I just couldn't be prouder, and I know the American people share in that same pride. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And with that, we'll take a few questions. Yeah, right here.
Sir, appreciate it. Admiral, I wanted to ask, or Mr. Secretary, the Ukrainian president said today that the U.S. has asked for specific capabilities to deal with Shahed drones, Iranian drones. Can you guys talk about what you asked for, and has there been any surprise from Iranian capabilities that you guys have seen in the past 6 days?
Go ahead.
We're very familiar with Iranian's capabilities, and as you might imagine, we planned for it right from the outset, and I feel good about what the plan was. Like any good organization, we adjust as necessary to meet the environment, and we've made those appropriate adjustments.
Absolutely. Right here.
One, was an American pilot shot down today in Iraq? And two, I've heard reports that there's enriched uranium stored in Isfahan. Also heard reports that there's not a lot of bombing there. Is that on purpose? Do we believe there's enriched uranium there? And would we ever send special forces to secure it?
As CENTCOM pointed out, that those reports of an F-15 being shot down are false. As you can imagine, Iran is doing everything it can to peddle in lies, deception, and inflation of numbers in reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people, right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince their own population that they're having success. One thing one of their leaders said recently is that 500 Americans have been killed, they claim. These are lies. The lies will continue. CENTCOM will continue to debunk those lies. So, and as often is the case in conflict, first reports are often wrong. As it pertains to nuclear material and things like that, one of the objectives the president has always said is that Iran will not have a nuclear bomb, nuclear capabilities, but we would never disclose what we will or will not do inside operational plans. So Admiral Cooper's got a plan. We're working that plan, and targets will be struck or not struck according to what we want to achieve. Yeah, right there.
Secretary Hegseth, the president said earlier today in an interview that he would like to have a say in who's the next leader of Iran. Is this an expansion of your military objective? Do you view it that way? And additionally, you spoke earlier today about how previous leaders have drawn resources from our hemisphere to the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
How do you avoid that?
Well, there's no expansion. Ultimately, I think the president's having a heck of a say in who runs Iran, given the ongoing operation we have. So there's no expansion in our objectives. We know exactly what we're trying to achieve. I think today's a great example of what this War Department is capable of doing. I was just in another part of Florida today where we announced, America's counter cartel conference. 18 countries coming together from Central, South America, and the Caribbean coming together to fight cartels. That is something that is ongoing. We're focused there. We're focused in the Indo-Pacific. We can mass combat power in CENTCOM. EUCOM is able to support that as well. So we know we're laser focused on our hemisphere and our homeland. That's why we locked down the border. That's why we're working with partners to take on cartels. That's why we're sinking drug boats. That's why we're on the offense there. But the beautiful things about combatant commands is that, Brad Cooper's laser focused on Central Command, just like Frank Donovan is laser focused on Southern Command. We can do both. That's what a global power can do. Ultimately, this issue of Iran's nuclear pursuit and their unwillingness through negotiations to stop it was something President Trump has said for a long time needs to be dealt with. And after 47 years, he's doing something that no other president was willing to do. And we're doing it overwhelmingly, and we're doing it decisively, while also in other parts of the globe having the desired effects. I mean, take, for example, what we displayed yesterday, the Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean, sunk by Indo-PACOM, another combatant command, who coordinated with us in order to make that happen. So America's reach is global. Our focus here, though, these missions are narrow, they're scoped, and Admiral Cooper is well on his way to ensuring that we reach those objectives. Right here, yes, sir.
Condolences about the truth film. The Ukrainians are talking about providing low-cost interceptors, given their experience. That's something that the Pentagon is looking for. And Admiral Cooper, can you walk us through a little bit about how effective the Lucas drones have been, what kind of targets they hit, and how much that's helped, given that they're low-cost alternative to a more expensive helium?
Go ahead.
Sure. I'm not familiar with the particular offer, but interceptors in general, we've had a number of new capabilities being fielded. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it from an operational perspective of what those are. But I think you have seen over a period of time us kind of get on the other side of this cost curve on drones in general. If I just walk back a couple of years, you remember what you used to always hear, we're shooting down a $50,000 drone with a $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons from ours. So that's one aspect of it. Lucas, indispensable, as many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting them at the Iranians. Good targets.
Good targets. Absolutely. Right there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Secretary. President Trump, in his first speech after the launch of the operation Epic Fury, he addressed the Iranian people and he said that there's going to be a time for you to come out, but it's not now. Stay home. It's not safe. I want to know if there is a timeline for that you're going to urge Iranian people to come out, how that is going to play out, and how are you going to protect the protesters? You know that they're going to be shot probably, as we witnessed in January. That's what happened. How are you going to protect and support the protesters? And Admiral, I have one question for you. How are you going to minimize the civilian harms? We have a lot of evidence that the Basij units, IRGC commanders, they are now gathering in schools, in hospitals, in purely residential areas because their headquarters are bombarded, they are ruined, of course. So how are you going to protect the civilians while you're attacking the IRGC people hard? Thank you.
I would just say on the protests, obviously the Iranian people showed a lot of courage in those protests. And we saw the Iranian regime was revealed for what it is in the way they reacted to that. The world saw that. No one's done more than President Trump to reopen the opportunity for those who want a free Iran to do so. Ultimately, it's common sense, as he said up front. Don't go out and protest while bombs are dropping inside Tehran and elsewhere. So there will come a moment where he determines, or they determine, that it's the time to seize that advantage. But there's a lot of things we're doing and the Israeli military is doing, targeting those individuals who are targeting those who protest. The more you do that and you erode their will and you erode their capabilities, the more you create an opportunity for people to boldly stand up.
Yeah, I would just reinforce the point. We're targeting the people, or we're targeting the headquarters and the people who are targeting the protesters, first and foremost. I'd also just double down on the president's comments that he previously made to the people. Stay in your homes, keep things calm, stay out of the way. There's a lot of U.S. and Israeli capacity coming over. We're hitting a lot of targets. The best thing for them to do for right now is just to lay low.
right here.
One common outcome of American military action in the past has been taking in thousands of refugees into the American homeland, and I'm wondering if there's any safeguards put in place to make sure that the American people aren't having to have another wave of refugees from the Middle East or anywhere else come and stay here.
I think it's safe to say there's no plan for a wave of new Middle Eastern refugees to the United States of America. I think, as the president has pointed out for a long time, there are a lot of countries in the region who would be capable of providing that kind of support if need be, but that's certainly not something we're planning on. Yep, back there. Yep.
Yes, sir. Michael in Washington Times. Wanted to ask. I know Semper Gumby is always a truism in the military. Did the British decision to refuse Diego Garcia have any impact on the mission itself? Did you have to adjust, or were you able to just completely, go with the mission without any worry?
Well, as the president stated, it was unfortunate that that the Brits didn't from day one say, "Hey, go ahead and have access," but we got there. We got there, and that's now part of the way that we're operationalizing bomber runs. And that's part of when we say more to come, it's more fighter squadrons, it's more capabilities, it's more defensive capabilities, and it's more bomber pulses more frequently. The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically. And part of it is that we're going to have even more basing. And it's not just the UK. We've had other friends step up, and we're grateful for that. Maybe one more right here.
Yeah. The Azeri president earlier today basically authorized his Minister of Defense to begin preparing troops for some type of retaliatory action after the airport strike. As the Department of War and CENTCOM is working on deconflicting with the Azeri if they were to move in or attempt something in retaliation.
I'm sure there are plans, and I'll let the Admiral speak to that. But that does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and nothing could be further from the truth. If anything, what Iran is doing by targeting allied countries that would otherwise want to stay out of this, they've actually pulled them into the American orbit. So now you've got UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi and Kuwait and others saying, "Hey, we're with you. We'll shoot with you. We'll fly with you. We'll defend with you. We'll allow you more basing and other opportunities," a lot of which we can't talk about and won't talk about. But it's actually firming up the unity of the resistance in order to focus exactly where we need to. So this idea that it's expanding or going, no, it's actually simplifying in a number of ways exactly what we need to achieve and how we'll achieve it. I don't know if you anything
I
to add
won't
to that.
I won't get out of policy ahead of policy in terms of what we might do. What I will point out is this is now the 12th country that Iran has attacked. 12 countries, and it goes right back to the Secretary's point. Those 12 countries are none too happy, and I look forward to working with all the partners who are willing to join us in this.
And I would just close by saying,
Mr. Secretary, one more question.
Sure.
What is your message to Americans who are concerned about security here at home with the change up that we're going to see at the Department of Homeland Security?
well, I think Kristi Noem did an excellent job over there securing our border and keeping us focused on threats, and President making a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the president. I'm sure Mark Wayne Mullen will do a fantastic job. He's been a friend of mine for a long time, but Kristi did a great job setting us up for success. So I don't have any concerns about whether or not the homeland will be covered down on. And I'll just end by saying, I wish every American could get a chance to see what we see. I had a chance to go into the control room, into the Tactical Operations Center, go see these young men and women that are doing this, the dedication that they show at every level, the way they've refined their craft. Now, I'm talking to a young colonel who's iterating on how we target, and how we find and fix different aspects of what the Iranians are trying to do. If they don't know what they're up against, and if they think they've got it solved for, they're wrong. And ultimately, the combination of our ingenuity, the skill, the professionalism, the discipline, and then the sheer weight of the capabilities of the U.S. military, what you're going to see may look routine. It may start to be like, oh, another boat, oh, another launcher, oh, another drone facility. What it takes to do this with the precision that we do is world-class. No one else can do it. And it's world-class Americans, like the ones I saw here, like the ones that are coming home that we're going to greet home, that are the engine of what makes our country great. And so I'm so grateful for folks like those here at CENTCOM, at Central Command, who are under your command. Thank you for your decisive leadership. And all I'll say to you is what I say to them: keep going. because the president and myself, we have your back. Thank you, Admiral. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you all.
All right. There was that. There was that. He says that basically don't listen to all the hype that it's escalating because it's actually bringing people together in sort of about way. He said that. Once again, everything is destroyed, but we're still advancing. The fight's still ahead of us. Kind of a confusing message, but whatever. To me, it is. Well, part of it is because they want to knock out everything so that they can't rebuild. He did say that. He did say that. They want to knock out everything so that they can, that not that we can rebuild, but so that they cannot rebuild. Traffic is still backed up. Oh, the live has ended. Okay, that live has ended. That one is done. I was looking at the Lebanon and people leaving, escaping. Let's get some breaking news. Let's see if anything's breaking. Like I said, it seems like you get more from you get more news from X than you actually get from. You just got to be careful what's what, but I feel like there's more accurate news from X than there is or anything else. DC and everything is wrapping up for the day as far as meetings and stuff like that. So what, 5:38 back there. So what we're going to have left is just live streaming of Beirut, things like that. Let's go over to X. Let's see what's on X. There's gunfires going off. Gunfire. Gunfire. Shots fired. Shots fired. Any new post. Trump receives a prayer in Oval Office. Trump receives prayer in Oval Office, and guess who's leading it, you guys? Let's look at this. Imagine this. Imagine this. You guys want to get my blood boiling? You want to get my blood pressure up? You want to get my blood pressure up? That's what you guys are trying to do. Get me jacked up in here, all excited. Trump received prayer at Oval Office. I'm not sure if this was a day. What was he wearing today? I didn't pay attention. Now I need to go back. But in the meantime, let's listen. Let's listen to prayer.
Lifting up the arms of our president.
We
pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today.
The one in the red.
I pray for your grace and your protection over him.
The one in the
I
red.
pray for your grace and protection over our troops and all of our men and women serving in our armed forces. And Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president the strength that he needs to lead our great nation as we come back to one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We pray your heavenly blessing upon him in Jesus' name. We are honored to come before you.
I'm not against him praying, right?
Lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his
He just
heart,
has the wrong
his
people
mind,
around him.
And Lord, you will guide him.
He has the wrong people around him. Jonathan Cain's wife, the keyboardist from Journey. Yes, he has the wrong people around him. That's exactly who that is. Paula White. laying hands on him. And you know what the Bible says? Don't lay hands on no man suddenly. She's always on him, touching him, praying over him. And she's all about that whole 7 mountain mandate stuff, junk, grave sucking that Sean Foyt's a part of. That's his faith cabinet. And they're all about, and this is what's interesting, they're all about ushering in the end times. And that's why I said it makes you, after that stuff came out the other day, that report, which I first saw here on whatever platform this is that has like 3 million followers. When I saw it there, and then it got over to the House yesterday and a lady brought it up about one of the generals talking about Trump being anointed and that this Middle East stuff has to happen for God to come back. No, it does not. So don't try to do a self-fulfilled prophecy, because it doesn't have to happen that way. The Battle of Armageddon, the end time stuff, is going to be played out how God wants it to be played out, not how we orchestrate it. Anywho, that just, I wish Trump had solid, real people around him. Yeah, the lady in red, yes. I wish he had solid people around him. And I can't fault him. Here's the thing, I can't fault him. Because more than likely, it wasn't something that he picked. It's something that he chose. He probably didn't go around and say, okay, this is who I want to be around me. That's not something he did. Guarantee it. Yes, 100%. Spot on. That's the only thing they're going to usher in. But I don't blame him, because the man wasn't born again prior to him coming into the White House. He probably saw an open door to reach the Christians, took it, and he's kind of embraced it. That's how I view it. Because he did meet with a lot of religious people before he came into the White House. And he told them up in his hotel or plaza that he's going to fight for basically religion. And so that's how I see how Trump has been used, right? I completely see how Trump has been used. But this stuff with the people around him, it's bad news. Bad news. Bad news bear. It frustrates me. It does. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be honest. It does. The whole 7 mountain mandate stuff. It's a false gospel. It's a false message. Although it tickles your ears and it sounds so good and it's so loving and smiley and happy and cheerful, it's a false message. Just because someone says Christ and forgiveness and the blood, grace and mercy and all the key words, that doesn't mean anything. It does not mean anything. And I wish that whoever brought quote unquote spiritual advisors, the faith office to the White House, I wish they would have known. I wish they would have been solid, because that's what he needs. He needs people around him. But anywho, I just saw that. It was like 1 hour ago. So it might have been before maybe the little thing that he had, or maybe it was from this morning. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Employee, Minnesota state employee Dalen Adams, who keyed 6 Teslas in Minneapolis, causing more than $20,000 in damage, received only a 1-day suspension from the state. Wow. Meanwhile, I'm facing 1 to 5 years. Jake Lang in prison in Minnesota for knocking over some ice cubes. Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. Actually, that's not cool. Who 1 hour ago has announced has revamped its creator subscriptions. Cool. I like raw alerts. So that was about 1 hour ago. Yep. Portland police cleaning up. Where's that? Oh, it's Chinatown. In China. In China. I witnessed a major homeless bust today. I was talking to a group of homeless people, and all of a sudden multiple police cars showed up. 5 homeless people were handcuffed and 4 were arrested. Nowhere in sight were outreach workers offering services. I have wondered if a genuine effort was made to help his individuals, such as working on their sobriety. Could this have all been prevented? Of course it could have. The city of Portland doesn't want to really prevent the stuff. That's why they had to just do cleanup. Yeah, so this thing is going big about Trump praying in the White House. Dad's gone live, just got his $100,000 or 100,000 subscription plaque from YouTube. Dope. These are good accomplishments. These are hard accomplishments to get. These are plaques when you reach 100,000 followers. Let's look at this. Hold on. Here we go. I want to look at, here he is, Douglas. See what he's saying about, no, he hasn't posted anything. So nothing's really happening. American armed vehicles headed to the Iranian border via the Kurdistan. Okay. American armored vehicles headed to the Iranian border via the Kurds. All right. That was an hour ago. And then that's 18 hours ago. That was they pin it. 19 minutes ago, Pakistan armed forces have begun a large-scale mobilization near the Iranian border. Oh boy. So are they going after, who are they going after? Who would Pakistan going after? That's interesting. Well, they're not going after Israel. So, I mean, they are going after Israel. So they're probably going after Israel. Why are they going to the border, though? To mobilize. Why? Armed forces have begun a large-scale mobilization near the Iranian border. There's the Gulf of Persia. Tehran is up there. United Arab Emirates. Why? They must be going to help Iran. 1 hour ago, yeah. Here's the American armored vehicles rolling toward Iran border. Look at that. Look at that. Some big boys going on the semi trucks. Full scale operation going on. Full scale operation. That's what Trump's calling it. Full scale operation epic fury. Happening now. I bet the airspace is still cleared out, isn't it? Probably. Turn on flight tracker and check. Let's see. Let's see if the airspace is still cleared out. Right? Flight tracker. It's live. Look at that. Yep. It's cleared out, isn't it? Look at that. The whole area just like a big, it's like an eyeball going all the way around it. I wonder how the gap between the two. And yet you have a few people probably going in to try to make rescues. Bahrain is here. Tehran is there. Where's the Gulf of Hormuz? Isn't that like over here? I don't know where it's at because there's Spain, Arabian Sea, Strait. No, that's not it. That's not it. So where's the Gulf of Hormuz? The Gulf of Hormuz, because there's like only one. I mean, that stuff is all surrounded. There it is. What? Right? Where are they? Yeah, that's it. Right there. Gulf, Persia, Arabian Gulf, Arabian Nights. Wow. So they're landing there. So my pastor was telling me last night that we have, however, a pastor over there in Beirut that had to actually leave today because the bombing has increased. That would be the Beirut area is not Kuwait. I just saw Beirut. It's in Lebanon. Yes. Beirut. It's by the sea. By the sea. And we've been watching cameras from this area. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. My bad. You guys can't.